SCP-5484 by BlazingPie and Ralliston from the SCP Wiki. Containment Class Safe. Disruption Class VLAM. Risk Class Warning. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5484 is to be sealed off from the remainder of Site-120's building. Until it can be repurposed to serve as an elevator again, Site-120 staff are encouraged to use the remaining means of transport as alternative ways to traverse the building. Description: SCP-5484 is a space-time disruption taking the form of a seemingly endless pit located within Elevator 2B's shaft in Site-120. And I'm gonna completely guess this pronunciation. Częstochowa, Poland. Footnotes: prior to SCP-5484's initial manifestation, the elevator was fully functional. Along its walls, numerous thaumaturgic markings, mainly depicting phrases such as suffering, pain, and gateway, are located, with markings of both high Akiva radiation and low Hume levels being detected next to it. Though so far no Foundation equipment was able to reach 5484's bottom, recording equipment sent into it detects muffled noises consistent with human moans, screams, and silent humming coming from within it. The deepest the Foundation had been able to venture into 5484 was a depth of approximately 25 kilometers down. Footnote: as seen during an unmanned drone exploration. Though almost no differences were noted with the increasing depth as compared to the higher parts of the anomaly. A small increase in temperature has been noticed around the deeper parts of it. Similarly, the volume of the sounds coming from within it has been noted to increase slightly with increasing depth, though not enough to be well comprehended by Foundation staff. It's theorized that SCP-5484 leads to, or at least a version therefore, the Catholic version of Hell as described within the Bible. Though this hypothesis is still being investigated due to the abnormal amounts of pain energy as well as thaumaturgical and theological processes detected within the anomaly, it is still a possible explanation. Addendum 5484-1 Discovery. SCP-5484 was discovered on
May 9, 2003.
Following an attack from subgroup GOI-120, Triumvirate, on Site-120. Footnote: Triumvirate is Fey for We Will All Prevail, a large-scale organized Fey terrorist group focused on reclaiming its supposed territory back from humanity, not infrequently focusing on Foundation sites to do so, mainly operating from within Esterberg. During the group's escape from the facility, it initiated a ritual which would, as described in scripts carried by it, open a gate to hell itself, consuming your enemies whole. Though it went as planned, due to the ritual site being so remote, it had only affected the elevator, rather than the entire site as initially planned by the group. Following the ritual's activation, all of the group's members were consumed by the forming spatial disruption, effectively eliminating them from the site. The following are SCP-5484 test logs conducted shortly after the anomaly's discovery.
Test 1. Procedure.
Throw a standard testing object, a small steel ball, into SCP-5484.
Outcome.
Test subject has not been recovered. It is presumed to still be falling down 5484.
Test 2. Procedure.
Same as Test 1.
Outcome.
Test subject rapidly flew out of SCP-5484 after 3 minutes of falling. It was covered with salty water and sand of unknown origin.
Test 3. Procedure.
Same as Test 1.
Outcome.
Test subject rapidly flew out of 5484 after 4 minutes of falling, this time additionally covered with wet kelp.
9 logs omitted. Test 13. Procedure.
Descend into SCP-5484 using a remote drone.
Outcome.
The drone descended to a depth of approximately 4 kilometers, after which it ceased communication. All attempts to locate it have failed. Last footage sent by the drone was that of an unknown fluid, similar in appearance to water.
Test 14. Procedure.
Same as Test 13.
Outcome.
The drone descended to a depth of approximately 6 kilometers, after which it ceased communication. All attempts to locate it have failed. Temperature readings recorded an increase of 5 degrees Celsius. Last footage sent was similar to Test 3.
Test 15. Procedure.
Same as Test 13.
Outcome.
The drone descended to a depth of approximately 10 kilometers, after which it ceased communication. All attempts to locate it have failed. Audio equipment recorded sounds consistent with muffled human speech, rushing wind and sea waves.
Test 16. Procedure.
Same as Test 13.
Outcome.
The drone descended to a depth of approximately 25 kilometers, after which it ceased communication. All attempts to locate it have failed. Akiva radiation, which became significant enough to be detected after 20 kilometers, increased with depth to the point of sensor overflow. Addendum 5484-2. Further 5484 research. The following is a log of initial research conducted on 5484 as done by Site-120's staff. Video log.
Date, July 9th, 2003.
Both present parties are standing on the walls of the elevator shaft, protected by appropriate equipment, looking down into the pit of 5484. Around them, inactive Foundation terrain scanners can be seen, with Michaels holding a small screen linked to them and an activation console.
Present parties.
Dr. James Michaels, member of Site-120's Director Council, and its Ontokinetics and Spatial Disruptions Chief. Mieczysław Uri, lead of Site-120's maintenance team. Yep, that's hell alright.
Well, this ain't good.
Because we literally have hell near our offices?
No, because we actually have to clean something up for once.
Both pause for a second, during which Michaels activates the scanners. All beep with dim lights, and 3 seconds later, the tablet he is holding lights up. Yeah. Wormhole type. Dimensional portal. High Akiva, though mainly focused around the worship of one entity. Temperatures higher than 26 Celsius, and the constant hatred outputs and suffering filters. We got hell on our hands, and it's not pretty.
Why is that, if I may?
Michaels looked directly into Burry's eyes. Well, aside from the fact that it's, literally hell, the pain scanners are really, really bad. The sheer amount of suffering within is genuinely staggering, to the point my tech's overloading. Give me a moment, though. I have to check something. Michael taps the screen twice. It'll take a while. He pauses for a second. Though if it's not a mistake, then Jesus. The amount of pain emitted from this would be able to literally power the human civilization for millennia, if harvested well. I always imagined the theoretical hell would be bad, but this is just... No.
Is this much of a surprise, though? Haven't we discovered hell already a while back? Heard a thing about it or two some time ago?
Yes, we did, but 5572 is an absurdly specific afterlife. Even that, it's just an actual pleasure when compared to this. I'll have to bring this to the rest of the directors. No one deserves this end to their story. Both pause for a second.
If it's so horrible, then what cause even spawned this, actually? What's the Triumvirate's problem?
Triumvirates. Just general hatred, I imagine. If their goal is to bring back lands we stole from them in their eyes, I don't think bringing hell to someone for bringing hell onto you is fair, honestly. Hatred only breeds more hatred and... Oh! The scanner beeps 3 times in a row, finishing the scanning. Oh no.
What's going on?
It's even worse.
What you mean?
Footnote. Just because you want to know what it meant, doesn't mean you should. J. Michaels.
What?
Exactly what you heard me say.
Jesus fucking Christ, that's... No, just... No.
All pause for a moment. We will have to contact Overwatch about this, just to make sure this is real. Because if it is... Jesus Christ. End log. In light of further information gathered from scans of the Area 5484 leads to, as well as the log results, 2 days later, Overwatch Command issued the following.
Reject Gracia proposal. The Office of 051.
In light of all the discoveries made following the initial contact with SCP-5484, the entire SCP Foundation is to change its approach towards all subjects. In previous years, we valued coldness and objectivity over kindness and other human virtues. Even after our policies had to change so many years ago after Esterberg's fall and Directive Alpha/1911. However, in the light of newly acquired information, we can never let a single person be victim of what most likely comes as punishment for our sins after death. We still do not know the exact nature of hell presented to us by 5484. It is, however, an afterlife different from all known descriptions of hell in recorded human history. And from what we've gathered, we can be certain that it is not an afterlife one would want to be stuck in. As we have no other choice than to continue research on 5484, we propose Project Gracia as a temporary containment strategy. We, as the Foundation, need to redeem our personnel as quickly as possible. 05-1.
Addendum 5484-3.
File update. Site 120 Director Council.
On the 13th of September 2003, the second and final inspection of SCP-5484's runes prior to the proper Foundation-wide activation of Project Gracia has been conducted by Site 120's Grand Thaumaturgist and Thaumaturgical Archivist and its Director Council member, Daniel Ashworth. Aside from numerous differences between translations of said runes and the ones after the second scan, it was noted that the major rune used to complete the ritual and properly activate the portal was mistakenly written with a single L, resulting in the portal leading to the Hell Peninsula of Poland, rather than to a potential torturous afterlife. Due to this, all plans regarding Project Gracia are currently being pulled back. That's very funny. I didn't expect that. All similarities between a vision of a hellish afterlife and Poland are currently being investigated. SCP-1162 by Rounderhouse from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1162's exterior has been painted to camouflage with its surroundings in an effort to deter future detection. Due to its remote location and relative harmlessness, as well as the inherent ease in misinformation, containment efforts required are minimal. Description: SCP-1162 is a 3-bathroom, 2-bath suburban house located in Vastitas Borealis, the largest lowland region of Mars. It does not have a visible lawn, surrounding street, or other obvious signs of permanence. 1162 resembles a standard suburban American home, and is, along with its contents, anomalously resistant to damage, as the inhospitable conditions on Mars's surface would have quickly destroyed a non-anomalous structure of similar make. 1162 was first discovered by NASA probe Phoenix, a stationary probe that registered the structure during its descent to the surface. Satellite imagery was acquired, and a Foundation shuttle utilizing experimental propulsion technology adapted from SCP. The FS Iskander was deployed with a 5-man crew from Lunar Area 09 to investigate. Shuttle Iskander arrived on Mars 12 weeks later. They discovered that the home displayed signs of habitation, being furnished in a typical suburban American style. In addition, they discovered that latent Hume levels in the area were high, generally associated with reality-bending activity. The kitchen contained 2 frozen corpses, an adult man and woman. Both had died from asphyxiation, their corpses freezing post-mortem, presumably due to Vastitas Borealis' low temperatures, an average of -51 degrees Celsius. Due to the skin cracking and discoloration associated with this, their ethnicity is indeterminate. The table was set with waffles and bacon, both half-eaten and now frozen. The rest of the interior is unremarkable, but agents determined that the source of the raised Hume levels was in the second-floor bedroom. The bedroom, decorated for a small child, contains several posters of various celestial bodies and NASA space shuttles. A cardboard box in the center of the floor is the epicenter of the raised Hume levels and has been crudely fashioned into a mock space shuttle, colored white with various portholes and iconography drawn on. The cardboard box contains the corpse of a small male child, curled into the fetal position. It is wearing a toy space helmet which is frozen onto the corpse. Unlike the corpses downstairs, it expired from prolonged starvation. SCP-5765 by Francis Scalia from the SCP Wiki. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. As SCP-5765 is a Foundation containment unit stored in Site-77, no additional containment measures are necessary. Should 5765 be empirically proven to contain bees, containment procedures should be updated accordingly. Description: SCP-5765 is a standard Foundation containment unit previously designated -A. It is believed to contain a large number of bees, although no empirical evidence of this has yet been obtained. Tests are ongoing to definitively confirm the presence of bees in SCP-5765. Addendum 5765-1. Abridged Test Logs. All tests were conducted by researcher J. Edmondson. For full records, please contact head researcher Dr. Johannes Ashby.
Test 1, Remote Visual Search. Description:
Dr. Edmondson searches the interior of SCP-5765 using standard observational cameras present within the containment unit.
Result:
No evidence of these recovered.
Researcher notes:
Why do we even have these cameras if they can't see the subject being contained? Do we really think someone is gonna break in to steal bees? Requesting a higher resolution video feed.
Test 2, Visual Search from room perimeter. Description:
Researcher IM searches 5765 from secure doorway and attempts to visually ascertain presence of bees.
Result:
No evidence of these recovered.
Researcher notes:
Test results compromised. My research assistant apparently forgot to mention that he wears 1.25 diopter reading glasses. Redoing tests after researcher IM corrects his vision deficiency.
Test 3, Visual Search from room perimeter with corrective lenses. Description:
Researcher IM searches SCP-5765 from secure doorway and attempts to visually ascertain presence of bees while wearing his corrective lenses.
Result:
No evidence of these recovered.
Researcher notes:
While I wait for our optics people to verify that the reading glasses are of an appropriate strength for researcher IM, I think it's apt to get some face time with these bugs. I'll put it in order with human resources and see who we can get for future testing.
Test 9, Search ID Class Personnel, D72771. Description:
D72771 enters 5765 and commences search directed by Dr. Edmondson via intercom. Search was discontinued when D72771 voluntarily ceased responding to direction, but his observation and debrief is considered thorough for the purpose of this test.
Result:
No evidence of these recovered.
Researcher notes:
Well, it appears that bees are indeed anomalous in some way that makes them difficult to detect. That's more data than we had, at least. Perhaps we need to encourage him to interact with D72771.
I-85765-T3 Test Log Transcript. Date: 2nd of January 2020, 0940 hours. Team Lead, Dr. Joseph Edmondson. Team Member, Dr. Mwana Emidian.
Begin log.
We online, IM? We are. D72771, please enter the containment chamber.
Haven't I already tested this chamber?
Sorry? No, not according to my records. Please enter the containment chamber.
Yeah, going in now. D72771 slowly enters 5765 and stands in the middle of the containment chamber. So, where are the bees you were talking about?
Please repeat, 71.
I thought there were supposed to be bees in here.
That's what we're trying to find out. Please examine your surroundings and locate any evidence of bees.
Nah, just an empty room. I don't see any SCPs or bees or anything.
Please look closer. Walk the perimeter of the room. Check the corners.
I love this one. I love that I made him, I don't know what that is, Texan or something. Makes it even vibier somehow. D71771 patrols the room, leaning down several times to examine the floor.
Have you found him yet?
No. Are you going to pour bees in here or something?
Of course not. Can't just introduce one population of bees to another like that. It will make a holy mess of SCP-5765.
So there are bees in here?
We haven't confirmed that yet, 71. That's why you're standing in the middle of SCP-5765.
Wait, what? The chamber is 56 whatever? I thought we were talking about the bees.
So you are seeing bees then?
I love that I gave him that voice. Look, is there something that's going to sting me? Just tell me.
Stung by what, 71?
Bees?
What bees are you seeing, 71?
D72771 refuses to answer further questions and is withdrawn from 5765. No evidence was collected confirming the presence of bees within the containment chamber. End log.
Test 12, Search ID Class Personnel Modified. Description.
Search of containment unit by D72771, who is heavily pollinated. 72771 searches interior of containment cell.
Result.
No evidence of bees recovered.
Researcher notes.
I've put in an order for an impressive variety of pollen. We'll try the others next week. Keep 72771 nearby.
Test 27, Search on Melitologist. Description.
Melitologist, i.e. An expert in the study of bees, Dr. Alison Ewing invited to consult for the Foundation. Dr. Ewing searches SCP-5765 and makes numerous suggestions for locating and identifying bee population. Changes were implemented and re-evaluated after 1 week.
Result.
No evidence of bees recovered.
Researcher notes.
It was worth ruling out the possibility of a non-anomalous infestation. Since Dr. Ewing's strategies should have driven out any normal bee species, we'll consider this a tentative confirmation that these creatures are indeed anomalous. Let's tear these plants up and continue testing.
I-8576, 27 test log transcript. Date, 8th of January 2020, 11:58 hours. Team lead, Dr. Joseph Edmondson. Consulting member, Dr. Alison Ewing.
Begin log.
All right, Doctor, you may begin whenever you're ready.
Sure. I apologize, sir. This is a little awkward. I've been researching bees for 12 years, and I haven't done anything like this. It's like I'm conducting an autopsy. Not used to having people watching.
I understand. Our research facility is admittedly a bit unorthodox. Just say what you're thinking and give us an idea what we're dealing with. It'll feel more natural as you go.
Okay, it's your show. Let's see them.
Ewing secures her beekeeping helmet and enters 5765. She searches the room for 60 seconds.
I don't see any bees.
Understood. Please continue.
Continue.
Yes, please.
Well, I don't see any bees. There's nothing in here.
Dr. Ewing begins to pace the outer perimeter of the containment chamber.
What's the temperature of this room?
Let me check. Give me a moment.
It feels a bit chilly.
About 13 degrees Celsius.
So yeah, that's a bit cold for bees. You could be dealing with some sort of cold-resistant species or subspecies like we found with caniolans or Russian honeybees, but either way, they're likely bundled up in the hive somewhere trying to keep warm. Can you adjust the temperature?
Sure, bringing it up now. 18 or 19 good for you?
Sure. Continuing. The room is barren of natural resources, or indeed any resources at all. If we turn this place into a garden, we might draw them out and get a better look. Most bees aren't very specific about the plants they'll mine for pollen, but a few are. In addition to lavender, holly, clover, and maybe aconacea, you'll also want to have dogwood and mustard for the pickier eaters. Makes sense they'd be hard to find if there's nothing here for them to eat.
Understood. We'll make it happen. Write that down.
I'm not seeing any physical signs of bees. No damage from carpenters, no scouts. You mentioned nobody's been stung, so your bees either aren't aggressive or they simply don't feel threatened. Or, as I mentioned, they could be lethargic from the cold. We'll want to try pheromones for a couple of different species at least.
I'm actually one step ahead of you on that. I have someone ready to do that test soon. Please continue. Your input is invaluable.
Transcript abridged, available in full as 5765-UA. Dr. Ewing makes numerous suggestions over 9 hours for exposing bee populations. All suggestions are approved and implemented by Dr. Edmondson. 1 week after the environment of 5765 has been converted to be friendlier to various bee species, no empirical evidence of bees is found. Dr. Ewing is administered Class B amnestic treatment and released.
Task 31, Interior Search of Surrounding Walls. Description.
Foundation maintenance staff conduct search of containment units' walls in accordance with pest removal protocols.
Result.
No evidence of bees recovered.
Researcher notes.
None.
Task 32, Search high heavily dated D-Class personnel. Description.
Search of containment unit by D72771, who is heavily pollinated, dressed in bright blue, purple, and yellow attire, and doused in sugar water and pheromones of 3 different bee species. D72771 searches interior of containment cell.
Result.
No evidence of bees recovered.
Researcher notes.
Found interesting research into bees like in certain types of music. Test will resume when D72771 learns to play the flute.
Item number SCP-5765. Object Class Safe. Previous iteration. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-5765 is to be kept empty for testing purposes. Description. SCP-5765 is a standard Foundation containment unit, previously designated -A. When individuals are told the contents of 5765, they will invariably believe this information to be true. Notably, proximity to 5765 seems to have no bearing on the anomalous effect. Individuals who are aware of 5765's physical existence are vulnerable to suggestion regarding its contents. While cognito-affective, this effect lacks compulsive behavior or directly destructive psychological effects, and thus is not considered significantly cognito-hazardous. The nature of 5765 makes it difficult to directly study its effect. See Iteration 0 logged below. Research performed on 5765 is to be conducted by individuals unaware of its cognito-affective anomaly, and is to be directed by head researcher Dr. Johannes Ashby. SCP-5765 was previously used to contain SCP, which is currently undergoing re-evaluation and classification. Due to the similarities in their effects, it is currently theorized that SCP experienced anomalous bleeding into 5765, resulting in its current anomalous state. Research is ongoing. Addendum 5765-3. Summaries of previous test iterations. Please contact head researcher for full records of previous test iterations. Data is to be collected regarding how researchers proceed in testing and compiling information about 5765. Approved research methodology prescribes informing researcher subjects that 5765 contains some object of study and providing reasonable accommodations for locating those contents. Unreasonable accommodations may be approved on a case-by-case basis.
Iteration 0. Subject none. Suggested contents none. Results.
Shortly after SCP was transferred to for re-evaluation, the head researcher noticed members of the transportation team returning numerous times to the containment chamber and searching inside. When questioned, each member reported that they had returned to see if there was anything left to move, despite SCP being a single solid piece which was transported without incident. After several weeks of continued visits to the empty containment chamber by research and logistics personnel, the former head researcher requested the chamber be tentatively classified as SCP-A and evaluated for anomalous properties.
Iteration 1. Subject
Dr. Mikado.
Suggested contents
1 banana.
Results.
Dr. Mikado conducted several physical examinations of 5765 looking for the banana before redirecting his research into the potential mereological explanations for the undetected molecules that may have once made up the banana. Notes. It's a shame that Dr. Mikado has absolutely no background whatsoever in metaphysics, or his research paper would have been significantly more readable.
Iteration 2. Subject
Dr. Monahan.
Suggested contents
1 Marsk EE class container ship.
Results.
Dr. Monahan immediately deduced that 5765 was too small to contain the suggested contents, and expressed distress over the psychological dissonance that resulted. He presented a 532-page report dismissing the possibility that the suggested contents could fit inside of 5765, which he followed up with a 254-page thesis proposing alternative mathematical schemas for calculating physical dimensions.
Iteration 3. Subject
Dr. O. Kane.
Suggested contents
A standard mixture of breathable air.
Results.
Dr. O'Kane appeared confused and suspicious of her research direction and conducted several remote tests on the air quality within 5765 before utilizing D72771 to confirm. Her conclusion was that 5765 contains breathable air and expressed annoyance toward the head researcher.
Iteration 4. Subject
Dr. Horsfall.
Suggested contents
Enlightenment.
Results.
Dr. Horsfall's research methodology was erratic, ranging from taking numerous measurements of the room and its qualities, philosophical and religious interpretations of the room, meditation exercises within 5765, and literary analysis of poetry and free association written while inside. Dr. Horsfall required Class C amnestic treatment to successfully disengage her interest in locating suggested contents. Notes. We can consider this confirmation that 5765's effects are almost certainly related to its previous exposure to SCP.
Iteration 5. Subject
Dr. Salinas.
Suggested contents
A sense of safety.
Results.
Dr. Salinas conducted numerous studies and, unable to definitively locate a sense of safety in the room, showed signs of paranoia and phobia regarding the contents of 5765. Notes. Our researcher is now terrified of his research subject, and little data could be acquired. This is unhelpful.
Iteration 6. Subject
Dr. Trask.
Suggested contents
A sense of safety.
Results.
Dr. Trask conducted few remote examinations of 5765 before entering it personally. She quickly responded that the room did indeed carry an intense feeling of safety. Dr. Trask then showed signs of paranoia and phobia regarding the world outside of 5765 and refused to leave for 38 hours, when dehydration allowed her to be extracted by the head researcher. Notes. While it is useful to know that different subjects seem to produce different results when tested under largely identical circumstances, I'm convinced that 5765 is likely one of those problems that is only a problem because we're messing with it.
Iteration 7. Subject
Dr. Madison.
Suggested contents
a barely audible mechanical whining sound.
Results.
Dr. Madison personally confirmed the presence of the sound within 5765, but was unable to measure it using standard audiometric equipment. Initial conclusion that 5765 causes selective vibrations within living matter that makes the sound impossible to detect outside of the human body. Notes. This is an interesting conclusion, even though it's wrong. Perhaps 5765 could be a viable means of incentivizing out-of-the-box thinking in other research avenues, recommending future studies in this direction.
Subject.
Dr. Edmondson.
Suggested contents.
Bees.
Results.
Dr. Edmondson has conducted numerous tests attempting to confirm the presence of bees in 5765. This research has progressed at an increasing pace and is currently in its second consecutive year of testing, with Dr. Edmondson showing no signs of dissonant distress. That's so cruel, but I mean he's doing good, I guess, so that's fine. Notes. While I recognize that Edmondson was likely transferred to me due to that whole fiasco with his previous project, he's provided a remarkable wealth of information regarding the limits of 5765's cognito-affective capabilities. It appears that suggesting the presence of small, threatening biological organisms is enough to keep him committed to finding them, but also comfortable with not finding direct evidence for them. Let's keep him working on this and see where it goes. SCP-804 by Sorts from the SCP Wiki. Recommended to us here at JVSCP by Cephakaraman 4551. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Until such time as SCP-804 is found to be without any mimetic effect, it is to remain in its original location at the former site of Alaska, where exposure to the elements prevents its reactivation. A 30-meter by 30-meter camouflage tarp is to be maintained over SCP-804, and facilities for armed guards and testing are to be maintained 130 meters from its location. Trespassers are to be treated with a Class A amnestic and returned to the nearest town of or terminated at the discretion of on-site security. In the event of SCP-804 being approached or seized by a hostile armed force, Contingency 804-X is to be executed. Description: SCP-804 is the remains of an art installation titled World Without Man, revealed on the of 2000 by the defunct artists group Unelmat Paramasta Mailmasta. What language could that possibly be? Dutch? Oh, it's Finnish. Is it really? You could have told me how to pronounce this, Veeti. According to documentation retrieved and deleted from the artist's website during cleanup procedure, SCP-804 was originally a large, clear globe of the Earth, with several smaller globes and video equipment within. Promotional material on the website implied that the globe was to display images of pastoral wilderness untouched by mankind, contrasted with visuals of abandoned human industry and decaying landmarks. Upon activation before a small audience of prominent environmental activists and artists from the nearby community of SCP-804 began to display its destructive properties. We can only speculate if the device's output was intentional or not, as those involved in its construction perished during the incident or have gone into hiding. While the globes within SCP-804 rotate, all man-made artifacts within approximately 100 meters begins to rapidly deteriorate until completely disintegrated. The effect applies to anything ranging from machinery to buildings, clothing, plastics, synthetic chemical compounds, and any tool more complex than a sharpened stick of wood. The area of effect grows the longer the device is active, with the effect growing even stronger at its source. Human tissue is also affected at a slower rate of decay, causing victims to become emaciated as they lose body mass, leading up to collapse of the skeleton and death, with the body swiftly breaking down into component matter shortly thereafter. Non-human life is completely unaffected. Persons who escape the area of effect experience symptoms similar to prolonged starvation, but can return to full health with proper care. If not for the fact that it is not entirely immune to its own effects, SCP-804 would have had the potential to remove all trace of humanity from the globe in a matter of weeks. Judging from the observed rate of destruction upon original activation versus its current capabilities under testing, SCP-804's capabilities have been impaired by the damage it caused to itself. However, sustained use still presents an extreme threat, especially if the device is somehow refined or repaired. Due to the circumstances in which SCP-804 was secured, it is strongly believed that the device also possesses some form of mental compulsion on those who view it, but testing is still ongoing to determine if that property has also been compromised by the decay of SCP-804 and how it might be contained. See Recovery Log for further information.
Recovery Log, SCP-804. Approximately 5 minutes after activation, the effect of SCP-804 reached the nearby community of citizens who were not at the art show initially responded with panic and made several emergency calls. Due to the extreme remote location of the town, the first response was made by a small single-prop aircraft which arrived about 30 minutes later. Although the plane entered the area of effect and was quickly lost, the pilot did relay a radio message describing the swift and complete destruction of the town's buildings. At this point, the Foundation became aware of the situation and teams of agents were sent to investigate. By the time agents were able to arrive on scene, SCP-804 had been intermittently active for nearly 8 hours, and as a result, the town and everything in a radius of was wiped clean of any trace of human civilization. Upon arrival, one plane was immediately affected. Fortunately, the crew was able to make an emergency landing before the physical structure of the plane collapsed around them. Unfortunately, their equipment and clothing was also quickly disintegrated, exposing them to the extreme cold of northern Alaska. As a result, 6 agents had to be treated for hypothermia, but all are expected to return to duty with no lasting effects. After recovering the crew of the downed plane, agents set up a perimeter and were able to observe the epicenter of SCP-804's effect. The surviving population had crowded around the remains of the device. All subjects observed were severely emaciated and suffering from severe hypothermia. Exposure had only worsened the effect of SCP-804, and many subjects were observed with missing digits and even limbs. The survivors were approaching the device in teams of 2 to 3 to push at the single remaining globe within SCP-804's housing in order to maintain its effect. As each subject eventually succumbed and collapsed, another from the crowd of onlookers would shuffle forwards to take their place. Survivors were seen to be cheering and encouraging those who were maintaining the device until their turn to push the frosted globe came up. Although such manual operation was not sufficient to maintain even the radius of the effect the device had achieved before damaging itself. Agents were authorized by O5 to open fire on the crowd. Although bullets experienced the same decay as any other artifact, their velocity was enough to strike lethal wounds before decomposition. When the remaining globe of SCP-804 ceased to spin, the effect ended and agents were able to move in and secure the device. Survivors attempted to resist but lacked the strength to impede Foundation agents and began to act in a disoriented manner once they were removed from SCP-804. With no adequate facilities remaining to provide shelter for them all, many survivors chose to simply lie down in the snow and die, while others attempted to provoke agents into using lethal force upon them. Those who were taken into custody refused to answer any questions and were able to refuse enough care that they did not recover from their physical decay. As exposure to the extreme elements of northern Alaska appears to adequately contain SCP-804 by freezing its remaining machinery in place, it was decided to leave the device on site and under guard along with it. In the unlikely event that a hostile faction attempts to secure the device.
Addendum. SCP-804 is not to be contained within any Foundation facility until it is certain that we will be able to prevent anyone from being compelled to activate or maintain the rotation of the globe. Even a few minutes of SCP-804's effect could destroy its own containment and seriously compromise any other containment nearby. Contingency 804-X. Memetic Research Report, revised July 2011 by Dr. Johannes Sorts.
This is the third annual review of any supernatural memetic component to SCP-804, and we have still not produced any significant results. It's time to put the controversy on SCP-804's memetic properties to rest once and for all. Yes, SCP-804 possesses memetic properties, and yes, those properties were responsible for driving the survivors of its activation event into sacrificing themselves to maintain the device. But there is nothing especially virulent or dangerous about SCP-804's memetic properties. Only a select few personality types outlined in the attached report have any desire to reactivate the device. Most notable are the D-class sociopaths, who show similar amusement when presented with a big red button that says "kill everything." We've been looking at this all wrong. There is no magical compulsion that could drive so many people to destroy themselves. There does not need to be. Everything we observed during recovery can be explained by mundane group dynamics and human nature. The device had just wiped away all trace of the work and the lives of a reclusive artist and activist community. The buildings crumbled into dust so fast that people were not even injured in the collapse. And at the center of it all, a world without man turned around and around on its increasingly rickety platform, offering a deadly premise that had been presented to them as an ideal, a cure for the virus known as humanity. So, why did a group of activists throw themselves and their neighbors into the deadly workings of a machine that they thought was going to wipe all human life off of Mother Earth? They simply wanted to do it.
SCP-2602, which used to be a library, by Communism Will Win, from the SCP Wiki, which was recommended to us here at JVSCP by 100 No Dog. Library class. Former.
Notice: this file possesses cognito-hazardous properties. While reading this text is not believed to be harmful, comprehension and interpretation of the text will be negatively affected. Please exercise discretion when reading this document.
I'll take that into account. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2602 has been acquired under the cover story that it used to be a library. Large bushes and trees have been planted around the property in order to obscure SCP-2602. Access is denied to non-personnel. Amnestics have been administered to the town in which SCP-2602, a former library, is located. All known online references to SCP-2602 and the fact that it used to be a library have been removed. Filters pertaining to the linguistic markers of SCP-2602's effects have been added to Foundation web crawling software in order to flag text that potentially pertains to SCP-2602 for review. All known physical documentation related to SCP-2602 has been identified and destroyed. Foundation documentation pertaining to SCP-2602 is to be edited as much as possible for readability by personnel with no familiarity with the anomaly. Typically, 40% of all references to the fact that SCP-2602 used to be a library can be removed. Description: SCP-2602 is a building that from the 8th of June 1921 to the 29th of April 1988 was a library. SCP-2602 is located in England and developed its anomalous properties in October of 2004. When communicating any information about 2602, subjects are compelled to make frequent reference to the fact that 2602 used to be a library. The exact wording and nature of these references are mostly determined by the author and context, but always unambiguously communicate this information. Texts referring to SCP-2602 can have these references removed to a limited degree by subjects who have little knowledge about 2602 outside of the fact that it used to be a library. The limited compulsion to allow these references to go unedited has hindered attempts at developing automated processes to remove these references. Any information regarding 2602 is also anomalous. Subjects exposed to communications regarding 2602 will identify the fact that it used to be a library as the primary causal element behind any number of properties of or observations about it. This is proportional to the extent that said information contains references to the fact that SCP-2602 used to be a library. While subjects will develop false beliefs to support these irrational causal linkages, they do not generalize and pose no general risk to cognition. For example, while several subjects have posited that the effects of gravity within SCP-2602 are a result of it having been a library but no longer serving that purpose, they do not hold this belief with regards to other buildings that used to be libraries. Subjects are incapable of communicating directly or otherwise any information pertaining to 2602's use between its time as a library and the development of its anomalous properties. When prompted to do so, they will instead insistently and repeatedly refer to the fact that SCP-2602 used to be a library. Due to this and the fact that SCP-2602 used to be a library, it has been very difficult to determine what, if anything, occurred in SCP-2602 from 1988 to 2004.
Addendum 2602-1. Summary of a survey of SCP-2602, which used to be a library, conducted by Agents Roderick and Casey on December 9, 2004. Unreadable segments have been excised entirely. See also SCP-2602 photographic evidence.
While SCP-2602's layout is generally appropriate for a former library, it is inconsistent with obtained blueprints from the local government and testimony from past patrons. It is thus assumed that SCP-2602 used to be a library. Most notably, SCP-2602 contains an extensive subterranean component of the kind generally found in former libraries. SCP-2602 experienced extensive fire damage on the same day that it developed anomalous properties. Consultation with actuarial tables has shown little deviation from what is expected of fire damage to former libraries. However, some of the debris exhibited elevated levels of Dewey radiation. Footnote: a type of radiation common to buildings that used to be libraries. It is typically only emitted by damaged library patrons, preventing access to several shrines that were likely used to assist SCP-2602's reading groups when it was a library. A number of advanced book sorting machines were found, though long-term storage in a former library has rendered them inoperable. Restraints used by libraries to hold patrons with overdue books were similarly damaged, apparently violently, by this storage. SCP-2602's hazardous waste pit, whose presence is expected in what used to be a library, was cordoned off. However, in the process, ex-bibliothetic fluctuations in the waste resulted in Agent Casey suffering several major flesh wounds which later proved to be fatal. Notably, SCP-2602 used to be a library. Following this description, we are presented with a sub-page of photographic evidence, so let's check that out.
The following photos were tagged for immediate review by a panel of personnel with minimal exposure to SCP-2602, which used to be a library.
Image 2602-114, Anthropology Microfiche Section.
A collection of anthropological records from a wide variety of cultures is by no means atypical for a former library.
Image 2602-116, Microfiche Index.
Feelings of intense admiration are a perfectly normal reaction.
So interestingly, a perfectly normal reaction there is clickable and leads to another SCP. So let's get back to that in a little bit, but let's finish this first.
Image 2602-117, Microfiche Reader.
Many former libraries would take measures to preserve sensitive equipment from dust, light, and sentient edible life.
Image 2602-121, Fire Exit.
Fire exits are often repurposed in former libraries, as are patron bodily fluids.
Image 2602-124, Quiet Study Area.
Although sleeping is often against policy in active libraries, it's common for former libraries to contain patrons who have nodded off in the quiet areas.
Image 2602-132, Compact Shelving.
Graffiti from enthusiastic patrons is sadly typical in former libraries, which lack both janitors and carrion feeders.
Image 2602-142, Exbibliothetic Possession.
It's perfectly normal and arguably quite convenient for circulation carts to levitate in the presence of dewy radiation, typical of former libraries.
Image 2602-133, Library Stacks.
Collapsible shelving is typical in former libraries with space considerations. Conclusions. As evidenced by the fact that SCP-2602 used to be a library and was formerly a library, it is probable that SCP-2602 used to be a library. It is likely that, shortly after it ceased to be a library, SCP-2602 was previously a library. This likely served to highlight the fact that SCP-2602 used to be a library and obscure that SCP-2602 used to be a library. SCP-4334 by Wildman8 on the SCP Wiki. Recommended to us here at JVSCP by Lucy Eats Snickers 2756. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4334 is to be indefinitely closed to the public. The former park office, located at the entrance to SCP-4334, has been converted into Provisional Site 133 for the purpose of housing research and security personnel. Security cameras have been stationed around the perimeter of 4334. Site 133 personnel are to administer Class A amnestics to any civilians attempting to trespass within 4334. The Anomalous Communication Scrambling Network, ACSN, is to be utilized in intercepting and deleting messages sent by 4334-1. Description: SCP-4334 designates the 3.4 squared kilometers of forest within Oakwood State Park, Connecticut. SCP-4334 exhibits multiple anomalous properties and phenomena, which began manifesting on
7th of April 2016.
The following is a list of observed anomalous features.
Approximately 75% of trees within 4334 exhibit wooden growths resembling Type B electrical outlets. These growths are functional and emit between 100 and 127 volts of electricity. The entirety of 4334 emits Wi-Fi signal with no discernible source. The Wi-Fi network is named Nature is Cool and does not require a password to access. At night, music can be heard within 4334 with no discernible source. This music mostly consists of songs that are popular at the time with a heavily amplified bass line. Fireflies can be found within 4334 during the entirety of the year, despite typically requiring temperatures in excess of 15 degrees Celsius to become active. Whenever music is playing within 4334, either by a human or through 4334's previously stated property, these fireflies will form large clusters on tree branches and emit bioluminescence in a synchronized manner in time with the beat of the music.
SCP-4334-1 is the email account natureiscool@gmail.com, which I of course will be sending a message to and see if we get a reply. SCP-4334-1 has no known affiliation with the former Oakwood State Park staff or the Connecticut Department of Forestry and Conservation. -1 sends monthly emails to every individual under the age of 18 within a 5-kilometer radius of 4334. These messages detail multiple characteristics of 4334, both anomalous and otherwise, and appear to be attempts to garner interest in 4334 within the recipient population. This behavior has continued even after the enactment of 4334's containment procedures. It is thus presumed that the entity behind -1 is unaware of Foundation interference. Addendum 4334-1 Discovery. SCP-4334 was discovered on
10th of April 2016
by Foundation personnel planted within the National Park Service. In the months following the enactment of containment procedures, several adolescent civilians attempted to enter 4334. Upon questioning, each individual displayed partial knowledge of 4334's anomalous properties and cited emails they had received as the source of the information. This led to the discovery of 4334-1. All civilians were treated with Class A amnestics and released. Addendum 4334-2 Notable SCP-4334-1 transcripts. The following is a partial list of emails sent by -1. Please see supplemental document 4334-A for a full list of all archived emails.
Date 7th of April 2016. Information of note.
First known email sent by -1. Message was sent at the same time that 4334's first anomalous properties formed.
Hey kids! Looking for a hip new crib for you and your squad? Why don't you come on down to Oakwood State Park? This isn't your average everyday forest. This forest is with the times. There are new state-of-the-art all-natural power outlets, so your phone will never die, and neither will the fun. Not to mention free Wi-Fi. So what are you waiting for? The forest of the future is here. #nature is cool.
Date 16th of March 2017. Information of note.
Email was sent following the discovery of music and anomalous firefly behavior within 4334.
What's good in the hood, my dudes? Oakwood State Park just underwent a major revamp. That's right, all the hottest new tunes are now here every night for you to get jiggy with. Not only that, the fireflies will join in too, making every night in the woods into an epic rave. This forest is more lit than any club scene around, so what are you waiting for? Come on down to Oakwood State Park and get turned. #lit, #epic, #nature is cool.
Date 21st of August 2018. Information of note.
Most recent email sent by -1.
You know what? Fuck all of you. You kids are everything that's wrong with the world today. Children like you used to play in me all the time, wading around in creeks, climbing trees, wholesome forest stuff, but no, your generation is too good for that. Everything's gotta be all flashy and digital, and I've gotta bust my ass to try to be hip. Did you know that fireflies usually only come out in the summer? Do you know how hard it was to get mine to stick around all year? And even after all the effort I've put in, you still won't even show up. Well, screw it. I quit. Enjoy your vapes or whatever the fuck you're all into nowadays. I'm done.
Update. Following
21st of August 2018.
-1 has ceased activity. Furthermore, exploration of 4334 following this date has revealed no evidence of continuing anomalous phenomena. Proposals to reclassify 4334 as neutralized are currently pending review. SCP-2196 by Enemy of Entropy from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2196 is to be kept in Secure Storage Locker 37 at Site 66. In order to prevent accidental exposure to its properties, the object must be locked in an opaque, tamper-proof case, with the combination available only to Level 4 staff members. Outside of testing, SCP-2196-B must not be viewed by any staff member. Any personnel suspected of exposure to -B are to be suspended of all authority until administered a Class B amnestic. In addition, any personnel requesting the destruction of 2196, attempting to reclassify 2196, or in any way modify its containment procedures are to be treated as if under the effects of exposure. Description: SCP-2196-A is a disc approximately 18 cm across and 3 mm thick. The front side of -A is smooth to the limits of detection, while the back is lightly etched with a fractal pattern which shrinks below the measurable level near the center. -A absorbs all radiation directed at it, giving it a completely black appearance with the exception of -B. -B is a small light point on the surface of -A, which moves toward the edge as viewing angle decreases, following what appears to be a logarithmic deceleration towards the edge of -A as it is viewed from lower angles to -A's surface. Subjects observing -B begin to experience a strong curiosity about its nature, along with a minor compulsion to magnify it, typically requesting telescopes or similar devices in order to clearly see -B. As magnification is increased and perceived arc diameter expands, subjects show signs of dread, apprehension, and paranoia, along with an increased compulsion to magnify the object, typically reporting that they are unwilling or unable to look away. At this point, subjects are still able to cease the process under coercion. As subjects begin to approach a perceived diameter of 1 arc minute, they become mute and unresponsive, only continuing magnification. Brain scans of subjects at this stage show intense activity in the amygdala and occipital lobe. As subjects zoom to an estimated angular diameter of 30 arc minutes, including digital magnification and telescopic photographs, they cease and lose consciousness, waking after a short period with no memory of what -B looks like. Recovery log. SCP-2196 was delivered anonymously to the home of researcher on the 24th of March, 19, accompanied by the following note.
O jailers to your chosen task, your distance passes by. We pray that you find true success, where we could only try.
Due to researcher's previous encounter with the group of interest known as the Serpent's Hand, it is believed she was used as a contact point for the Foundation. Further investigation is ongoing. Addendum 2196-1. A faint radiation pulse was detected from -B years after initial containment, of a similar frequency to that of a high-intensity cutting laser used on the object during initial durability tests. Addendum 2196-2. The weak coloration of -B, initially slightly red, has shifted toward blue during containment. SCP-2220 by Notorious MDG from the SCP Wiki. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2220-1 through -4 were disassembled and transported for reassembly to Site-76. -5 through 24 have been stored at Secure Armaments Wing, Site-76, with detonator assemblies removed pending further testing. Description: SCP-2220 is a group of naval warships belonging to United States Navy Task Force 38.3, arrayed in close formation that manifested along with approximately 2.1 cubic kilometers of seawater, 32 meters beneath, at 0023 hours,
9th of August 2014.
These vessels have been further designated as follows.
SCP-2221
Essex-class aircraft carrier USS Bonhomme Richard, CV-31.
SCP-2222
Benham-class destroyer USS Stack, DD-406.
SCP-2223
Benham-class destroyer USS Wilson, DD-408.
SCP-2224.
Atascosa-class oiler USS Atascosa, AO-66. Vessel forward of the smokestack is missing. Edge of missing section's curvature consistent with -5 aperture radius. 2220-1 through 4 were located intact but battle damaged amid the debris of See Courier Post Extract Mystery Sinkhole Swallows Local Mall. Excess seawater was tested for anomalous effects and drained via pipeline to the Delaware River. All working machinery, weapons, aircraft, crew effects and remains were removed to Site 76 for further study. Class A amnestics were administered to all first responding personnel, and a cover story involving a previously undiscovered aquifer collapsing was disseminated to local news organizations. Foundation recovery teams dispatched to the site found that in the case of each vessel, all personnel found aboard were deceased at their battle stations. Ongoing autopsies of the crews have determined that the cause of death in each case, aside from those found with obvious combat-related injuries, was found to be an abrupt cessation of cardiac action potential resulting in sudden cardiac arrest. Autopsies on crew remains are scheduled to be completed on
15th of October 2015.
Operational orders found aboard -1 indicate that the vessels were involved in combat operations supporting the Operation Olympic landings on the southern tip of Kyushu, specifically Ariake Bay. The last entry in the captain's logbook described catastrophic losses being taken by Allied ground units attempting to secure the Ariake beachhead. Special weapons delivered by -1's aircraft were authorized in an attempt to force a breakthrough. 19 aerial bombs superficially resembling the Little Boy nuclear device, designated -5 to -24, were located in -1's forward magazine. Inventory manifests indicate that -1 sailed from Pearl Harbor Naval Base on
25th of October 1945
with 25 devices. These records further indicate that 5 had been used operationally on
4th of November 1945,
and 1 was undergoing emergency maintenance for what was noted as a detonator mechanism issue. The latter device is presently unaccounted for and believed to be responsible for the manifestation incident. These devices were removed from -1 and are currently stored at Site 76, Secure Armaments Wing.
Test detonation of -5 on 2000 resulted in the creation of a spherical Einstein-Rosen aperture 1 kilometers in diameter centered on -5's location and resulting in the instantaneous disappearance of the entire target area within the sphere. No concussive force was observed during the detonation. The location of the missing terrain remains unknown. Test observation indicate that the aperture created is non-traversable and apparently functions as a one-way trip to an unknown destination in spacetime. Further testing with 2 of the devices has been approved.
SCP-6207 by Swordlover87 from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6207 is to be kept in a standard low-threat containment chamber at Site 8, with a 15-meter exclusion zone established around the cell's perimeter. Testing on the anomaly and routine cleaning of its cell may only be performed via remotely operated implements. Clothed personnel intending to approach within 10 meters of 6207 must remain inside a full-body protective shield. Following the events of the 14th of June 2022, more stringent security measures for SCP-6207 are being implemented. Description: SCP-6207 is a stationary office chair of unknown make and model. Precise details of 6207's appearance are obscured by a large pile of assorted clothes draped over the object. Removing articles of clothing from this pile does not alter its size or shape. It is likely that 6207 internally generates new clothing through unknown means to replace any articles lost. Any article of clothing brought within 10 meters of 6207 is seized by a chitinous multi-joined appendage that emerges from the anomaly's inner layers. This appendage will lengthen to pursue clothing even after it is taken outside the initial radius of effect, and has been recorded extending to a length of 0.9 kilometers in order to retrieve an item shot from a pressurized air cannon. Collected clothes will then be incorporated into the outermost layer of 6207. This has given me heavy Clutter vibes. Did anyone watch Clutter with the little clothes monster guy? I feel like this is that all grown up. The little Clutter guy. SCP-6207 indiscriminately targets clothing that is not actively being worn, but when exposed to clothed human test subject, will limit itself to retrieving their jackets, shoes, and other non-essential items. The reason for this is unclear. It is theorized that the anomaly does not remove articles of clothing from a human if doing so would cause indecent exposure. At irregular intervals, 6207 will violently discard scraps of torn fabric, evidently originating from shredded clothing.
Discovery. SCP-6207 was recovered from an apartment in Alberta, Canada, following reports of a tenant's unexplained disappearance and an uptick in thefts of clothing in the surrounding area. Embedded Foundation agents investigated and found 6207 in the bedroom of the apartment. The original tenant could not be identified. Their personal information does not appear in housing records, and city officials have been unable to explain this discrepancy. The apartment containing 6207 was in a state of severe disarray at the time of recovery, with furniture overturned and large amounts of soiled clothes scattered throughout the residence. All reflective surfaces in the apartment had either been shattered by a blunt force or obscured by clothing. Also recovered was a framed photograph of an unidentified individual facing away from the camera. This item is notable for being in perfect condition.
Addendum. On the 14th of June 2022, a test was conducted in which 6207 was presented with the photograph recovered from its location of discovery. 6207 picked up the photograph with its appendage and appeared to inspect it for several seconds, then abruptly threw it across the containment chamber, shattering its frame. Shortly thereafter, 6207 displayed highly atypical behavior. 10 to 12 black compound eyes emerged between the anomaly's folds. Simultaneously, 7 chitinous appendages dressed in striped arm warmers extended, and began to fling clothing away from the central mass of 6207 at a high speed. This continued until approximately 170 articles of clothing had been discarded, at which point all abnormal features withdrew into 6207 and disappeared from view. Over the following week, personnel throughout Site-8 reported that articles of clothing had gone missing from their dormitories, accompanied by sightings of appendages akin to those of 6207 retracting into wardrobes and dresser drawers. Similar incidents were reported in civilian communities surrounding the site, particularly in high-quality designer clothing stores. Additionally, 6207 has begun to discard shredded fabric more frequently. The significance of this is under review. SCP-1117 by Basilisk 9466 from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1117-1 is to be stored in a standard secured vault at Site. Under no circumstances are personnel to be permitted to enter the chamber or interact with the object. Cases of 1117-3 produced by accidental exposure or testing are to be placed into isolation with minimal contact. Description: SCP-1117-1 is a wooden dining room table, 90 cm long by 150 cm wide by 75 cm tall. Testing indicates that it is approximately 70 years old and has shown no unusual preservative properties. -1 is laden with a wide variety of food and drink, designated 1117-2. When consumed by subjects, it is rapidly replaced, though the exact contents of the table are not consistent. Analysis has been unable to find a pattern. Dishes and products from cultures all over the world have been observed. Subjects display great enjoyment during the meal. Testing has revealed that it is possible to remove dishes from the table and serve them elsewhere with the same results. Subjects unaware of the food's origin still describe it as very tasty. Any who have consumed food or drink from -1 become subject to a secondary effect. These individuals, designated 1117-3, have the ability to cause -2 to spontaneously appear nearby whenever they feel hungry. Subjects display great reluctance to consume anything other than the food that they find, remarking that nothing else tastes as good. The effect can be spread if -3 share -2 with other individuals. Aside from these effects, the found food is indistinguishable from normal food. The side effect of 1117 exposure only appear after roughly a week. Individuals with active lifestyles are affected notably faster, demonstrating the effects after only a few days. Subjects have described a steady decrease in energy levels and become easily fatigued. Continued consumption of -2 increases the effects. Between 3 and 6 weeks after initial exposure, subjects apparently die from a lack of energy, or from theoretically harmless contagions. No unusual physiological effects have been noted, and autopsies have proved largely inconclusive, with no signs of damage consistent with previously studied energy-draining phenomena. Forcing -3 to ingest food other than -2 after the effects have begun to show has induced extreme nausea and fatal cardiac arrhythmia in all cases. Autopsies have shown severe depletion of phosphates, magnesium, and calcium to be a significant contributing factor, although the cause of these deficiencies is unclear. Given the SCP's ability to spread rapidly, -1 has been declared off limits. Field agents are advised to be alert to any signs of 1117 exposure in the general population.
Addendum.
Lock it up. Research is going nowhere and this thing is clearly of no use to us. Just keep watching out for signs of infection in the general population. There could be a major epidemic if it gets out. This whole project has been thoroughly depressing. We get enough routine deaths around here without testing inexplicable ones. At least the bodies take up less room.
Doctor.
SCP-738 by Le Blue Dude from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-738 is to be kept in 3 linked sealed chambers with armed guards and a remote detonation system at all times, as well as constant full audio/visual surveillance. Due to the variety and strength of observed interactions with 738 and the unknown limits of 738, the following procedures are to be strictly followed. When SCP-738 is not in use, its components must be kept 1 to each chamber. Mechanical means built into the containment area are to be used to assemble and disassemble 738. Should mechanical assembly means fail, then testing is to be cancelled until an engineer fitted with an explosive collar can be sent in to repair the systems. Said engineer is to be detonated upon any attempt to interact with any component of 738. Should mechanical disassembly fail, preset-shaped charges shall be used to disassemble 738. The system should then be repaired and reset by a single engineer fitted with an explosive collar. All Class D personnel used to test the device must be mildly intellectually disabled or of comparably impaired cognitive function, and must be fitted with an explosive collar. This is in order to prevent them from learning too much about 738 and possibly using 738 in a way that is detrimental to the Foundation. This is a pattern I've noticed a little bit, that in the earlier SCP entries, specifically like the first 1,000, but probably the first couple or 3,000 if I had to guess, they don't shy away as much from really making the Foundation out to be straight up evil. And don't get me wrong, they still do that in newer ones, but they're now usually, in my humble opinion, evil in a more complex way. It's more, thought out. It's more steps to it. It's not just make sure to send in mentally handicapped people with bomb collars. But I mean, it makes sense. That's the Flanderization of the SCP universe as a whole. It's gonna slowly have become more complex in every aspect of it. I guess Flanderization has sort of a negative connotation. That's not really what I meant, but hopefully you get what I'm saying. Let's continue. Class D personnel with IQs over 60 and all other personnel are not allowed into the room containing 738. Class D personnel are allowed into the room containing 738 for experimentation only and are to be provided with continual instruction by research personnel. Description: SCP-738 consists of 3 components. A matched set of mahogany furniture, including one desk currently labeled -1, one straight-backed chair currently labeled -2, and one ornate throne-styled office chair labeled -3, all with brass embellishments and royal purple velvet padding. The effect begins when a sentient entity sits in -2 in front of -1 with -3 resting behind -2. Cameras show -3 moving during the effect, frequently leaning back into a relaxed state as well as moving closer to or further away from -2. Occasionally, -3 is moved in front of -2. Furthermore, cameras show papers and folders containing papers leaving -1's drawers. The papers are made of parchment. A quill pen and a bottle of ink emerge from the long drawer. The pen will write on the parchment. Audio recorders record a distorted voice speaking. This voice will make offers and promises, attempting to tempt the occupant of -2. Meaning has been extracted from the spoken voice. If, in this time, the entity sitting in -2 makes a request, then the tempting and offers will cease. There will be a pause and a price will be stated. This can be bargained with. However, the voice will insist on other prices of equal value. Occasionally, when a request is made, the voice will respond by telling the requester that they do not want the object enough, or that they are obviously requesting the object for someone else to get around paying full price, in which case the request is not fulfilled. This occurs most frequently for requests that can affect other people or can transfer possession. Accepting the deal causes the agreed upon wish or command to be fulfilled to the letter, but not past the letter. Furthermore, it will cause the occurrences stated in the price to be paid. The entity has actively stated that the occurrences in the price are intended to cause an amount of emotional and/or physical pain equal to the amount that the requester desires what they request. How parity is calculated is at present unknown. The price has also been stated to be independent of any pain caused by fulfilling the request. See the test log for examples of prices paid and requests made. As a final note, personnel in the chair have reported seeing an entity sitting in -3. However, all attempts to observe this entity when not seated in -2 have failed, and further descriptions of the entity are inconsistent between sessions, even with multiple sessions with the same person. When asked about this, the entity claims to be the same entity each time. Some frequent descriptions of the entity include seductive and charming. Sessions with the same person that are close in time report similar or identical entity appearances. Sessions with different people that are close in time report different entities' appearances. Descriptions of the voice do not match the voice recorded on the equipment.
Addendum 738-1. History. SCP-738 was recovered from the office of a Catholic cardinal after his death on. He had received it as a gift from the Pope for extraordinary services from the Vatican archives. The Foundation became aware of 738 after with dead and his will contested in the aftermath of the event. Foundation personnel acquired the desk. Foundation agents in the Vatican reported recovering some of the documents surrounding 738. Addendum 738-2. Test results. Test 1. Researcher sits in 738-2 and waits. Results. Researcher reports several attempts made to coerce him into a deal, with deals including love of the woman he wants, an object that would make him a well-respected researcher, and the granting of O5 status. Startled researcher leaves -2, leaves room. Recordings follow statements provided. Researcher reports disappearance of the entity, followed by return of pen, paper, and folders to drawers. Using cameras, speed of object return clocked at over 120 milliseconds.
Researcher reports seeing a man in a red and gold business suit. Test 2. Personnel D sat on dash 2. Analysis performed upon papers and documents. Results. Spectral analysis has confirmed that the parchment is human skin. The feather in the quill pen comes from an unidentified bird. Subject offered freedom, is told that the price is the death of his best friend. D laughed and agreed, then vanished. D was recaptured 5 hours later. Documents written in English. D involved in test reported seeing a beautiful and seductive woman. Test 3. Personnel D, a non-native English speaker, sits in dash 2. Results. Papers written in D's native language, as is spoken communication. D offered the power to never be held in a cell again. Price is stated to be the memories of D's mother. D accepts the offer. The acceptance resulting in the deaths of 12 guards and D. Test 4. Personnel D, dyslexic and seriously intellectually disabled, sits in dash 2. Results. The language on the parchment appeared to be crude pictograms representing the deal, though some words in English were represented in the parchment. In general, the English was unrelated to the pictures they were under and frequently insult D's intelligence and state that the entity is uncertain of how much of this D understands. D was offered a sloppy Joe. Price was stated to be Mopsy, a toy that D had been allowed to smuggle into the Foundation. D accepted and food was materialized upon the desk, along with antique silverware, fine china plate, and crystal glass sippy cup with wine-colored grape juice. D shows great distress upon discovering that Mopsy was missing after finishing the meal. D reports seeing a large pink rabbit. After deal was complete and D left chair, recorders picked up a sigh. Voice print of sigh does not match D voice.
I fucking hate that they did this to this D class, that they took Mopsy from him. I hate that.
Test 4 follow-up. D issued toy exactly identical to Mopsy. Result. As soon as D named the toy Mopsy, it vanished. D showed great emotional distress.
You motherfuckers. Is this a price worth paying for this bullshit? Like, you could argue that that was nice of them to give him a new thing, but they also sent him into the fucking entity, and now he doesn't have Mopsy. Why is he in here in the first place? Justice for D.
Test 5. Destruction testing. Result. Explosive, fire, gunshot, mechanical wood chipper fail. Direct attack upon desk with axe leaves a single gash with a depth of 3 millimeters and results in, as well as death of attacking personnel. Gash remains in desk. Video logs show gash healing at a rate of 1 micrometer per day. Test 6. Researcher sits in dash 2. Asks, "What are you?" Result. Entity taking the appearance of a large snake states,
"I'm sorry. It's against policy to divulge personal details, but may I interest you in..."
Researcher stood from chair, shaking and ending the session. Researcher was then placed in Mental Institution 5, awaiting review due to information revealed by offer. Test 7. Sheldon Katz, Esquire, Senior Counsel with the Foundation's Legal Department. Result. At commencement of test, Mr. Katz presented the entity with a notarized, apostilled affidavit stating that he was participating in the test on his own behalf and not as an agent for the Foundation. Approximately 41 hours after the commencement of the test, Mr. Katz lapsed into unconsciousness due to exhaustion. Mr. Katz described the appearance of the entity as identical to his first-year contracts professor from law school, but he declined to describe the nature of the offer that had been made. He reported that just prior to his blacking out, he had been in the midst of negotiating a precise technical definition of the word shell. Katz stated that the current working draft of the agreement that he and the entity had been drafting was at least 900 pages long at that moment, exclusive of exhibits and schedules, and that he regretted not keeping a copy for his form file. A red leather envelope smelling of sulfur was found on Mr. Katz's person, which contained a handwritten note reading,
"Please, come back anytime. I haven't had so much fun in years."
Mr. Katz has requested reassignment. Remaining tests require Level 4 clearance or higher to view until declassification is complete. Addendum 738-3. Notes.
In recent testing, offers have been made directly to the researchers who were telling the subject what to do. Recommend cessation of all testing.
05.
SCP-6799 by Tufto on the SCP Wiki. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-6799 is stored in Secure Containment Locker 12D in the Temporal Anomalies Department at Site-491. Digital copies of the negatives or developed images are available upon request. Description: SCP-6799 is a series of photographic negatives found in a grave near Cassis Province. Foundation scientists have dated the grave and the negatives to the early 14th century. Analysis of the negatives indicates similarities with film used in the early 1980s. The film has undergone extensive damage, with several negatives having been forcibly and clumsily removed. Despite this, they demonstrate an anomalous degree of preservation over so long a time period. The grave is attributed to one Matthew Rameau. And for all the, I don't even know what this is, French, for the French people, I'm sorry that pronunciation is probably garbage, but that's how I'm gonna say it. Matthew Rameau, who is mentioned in 2 local documents as a fisherman whose house was purchased for the construction of a cemetery in 1302. No further information about him has been found. Foundation researchers have been able to develop the negatives of 12 photos. They consist of the following images.
3 images of a clouded sky. A blurred image of several trees. The partially obscured face of a boy, maybe 10 years of age, can be seen apparently holding the camera. The upper spire of a church, matching archaeological findings at the medieval church of Cassis. A man in his mid-20s holding a young girl next to a muddy riverbank. The man is pointing at the camera and looking into it, unsmiling. The girl is laughing but looking slightly to the right of the camera. A large bonfire, apparently in a town square.
Footnote: Foundation archaeologists have determined that this is not in Cassis, but maybe in Marseille or Frejus.
Several figures can be seen gathered around the bonfire, but their faces are obscured. A small hillside on a cloudy day. 2 teenage girls can be seen ascending it. A picture taken at night. Water and the stern of a small fishing boat can be seen in the camera's flash. A child's drawing made with charcoal on a small rock. The image portrays a man with his head down and 2 girls following him. Nearby, a more skilled hand has drawn a bearded man in a coat, staring at the first man. An unsmiling elderly man lying on a small wooden bed, staring at the camera. An elderly woman by a muddy riverbank, apparently crying, looking slightly to the right of the camera. Addendum 1. Analysis of SCP-6799 has revealed trace amounts of an unusual sodium-based compound.
Cross-referencing the Temporal Anomalies Department's archives revealed similarities with a compound used in the experiments of former Foundation researcher Neil Rumsfeld in the late 1980s. However, Rumsfeld died by suicide in 1992 and did not leave extensive notes on the nature of his experiments, so no further information has been ascertained. Dr. Rumsfeld's son, Matthew Rumsfeld, went missing in 1982. SCP-2106 by Jacob Conwell from the SCP Wiki. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. All instances of 2106-1 are to be kept within the Multiple Subject Aviary at Site-64. And for anyone wondering, I'm just looking into it here. Site-64 is in Portland, Oregon, and it seems to be located in like a dense forest. The cover story that they're using for it is that it's a Parks and Recreation Department maintenance station. It seems to be hidden away deep in nature somewhere. They have a bunch of site functions: research, containment, task force deployment, anomalous material synthesis, monitoring of the 3 Portland's location of interest, monitoring of the Wilson's Wildlife Solutions group of interest. So I guess that's the general overview of this specific site. Instances of -1 are to be fed twice a day and individually examined for injury and general health on site every 2 weeks. In the event that an instance of -1 expires, it is to be immediately replaced by an additional specimen of Corvus corax. And for anyone wondering about that, that's the common raven. In the event of a 1505 outbreak, contaminated instances of -1 are to be immediately isolated and neutralized. The following items are to be left within the aviary for ease of interaction during the appearance of -2 instances: 1 pair of boots, 1 trench coat, 1 pair of gloves, 1 standard pad of paper, 3 black ballpoint pens. Description: SCP-2106-1 currently designates a total of 40 specimens of Corvus corax. Individually, each instance is indistinguishable from non-anomalous specimens of the same species. The anomalous properties of -1 become apparent between the hours of 2200 and 0800 PST. During this time period, all instances of -1 will fall asleep before waking up 15 minutes later to move to a central location where they form SCP-2106-2. -2 is a humanoid entity formed from the combined bodies of all available instances of -1. If provided clothing, -1 instances will form -2 within the articles, including filling such items as boots and gloves. -2 is fully sapient and has demonstrated fluency in English and the ability to communicate via both writing and mimicry of human speech. According to interviews, -2 believes itself to be an individual named Jessica Bradley, a 45-year-old Caucasian female from Tillamook, Oregon. -2 have been able to provide detailed accounts of its life as Miss Bradley up to
9th of November 2011,
but has no knowledge as to how it came to exist in its current state. -2 has largely been cooperative with Foundation personnel to date. A minimum of 25 instances of -1 are required for -2 to successfully form. In the event that fewer than 25 instances of -1 are present at 2200 hours, or if anyone attempts to remove an instance of -1 from the aviary, all instances of -1 will swarm. During these swarm events, 2106-1 instances have demonstrated remarkably collaborative behavior, including attempts to operate door handles, setting up rudimentary traps/ambushes for Foundation personnel, slamming into observation windows en masse, and scratching crude messages/images in the ground in English. Everything, all the other points up to that is just like kinda Raven behavior, right? Like, oh, did you know that they can think like 8 steps ahead, and they have all these abilities to think rationally and solve complex puzzles, but these fuckers also scratch crude messages and images. Love that. Individual instances of -1 that are removed from a 50-meter radius of all other instances lose their anomalous properties at 0800 hours, following the dissipation of -2. Likewise, non-anomalous specimen of Corvus corax became instances of -1 when placed within 50 meters of -1 instances at 2200 hours. It is currently unknown as to whether -2 would be capable of forming again should all instances of -1 be dissipated.
Recovery Log. SCP-2106-2 was originally recovered on
15th of November 2011
from the private aviary at the residence of Jessica Bradley outside of Tillamook, Oregon, following viral footage of -2 walking along the Oregon coast. Upon investigation, Foundation personnel found the body of Jessica Bradley within her bed. A subsequent autopsy of Miss Bradley revealed the cause of death to have been an intercerebral hemorrhage. All original 30 instances of -1 were pets that had been kept by Miss Bradley prior to her death.
Addendum-A. Interview Log 1. The following interview was conducted as part of the initial containment of -2.
Interviewed.
SCP-2106-2.
Interviewer.
Dr. Daniel Aislinger.
Forward.
This interview was done at the end of a standard mental health screening. During interviews prior to this screening, -2 revealed that it remembered the actions of a researcher who had examined several instances of -1 during standard veterinary examinations.
Get log.
Alright, Jessica. Before we finish this session, I have just one more topic that I would like to go over with you.
Okay. What do you want to know?
During our last interview, you mentioned several details you remembered about researcher Farrow's veterinary inspection on one of the ravens that makes up your body. Would you care to elaborate?
It's hard to explain. In the morning, I sort of feel like I'm falling asleep. Most of the time, I just black out, and the next thing I know, I'm awake again, and you guys are telling me it's the next day. However, sometimes I dream. Or at least I think I'm dreaming. When I dream, I'm always a raven somewhere in this aviary.
Go on.
The thing is, usually these dreams aren't that exciting. I just kind of go with the flow. Act like I think a raven should. It's kind of nice, you know? It's like slowing your mind down and throwing your worries away. Everything just becomes so simple. That time it was different, though. That man grabbed me and looked me over. He poked and prodded me. It was awful. Just the worst feeling ever. I don't think I've ever been more terrified. And keep in mind, I woke up one day to find out I was suddenly made of birds.
Interesting.
What?
You are aware that the ravens that compose your body fall asleep before they form you every evening, yes?
Wow, really? No, I wasn't aware.
SCP-2106-2 pauses for several moments before continuing to write.
Do you think they dream about being me? Can ravens even dream?
I don't know, Jessica. Maybe?
Maybe.
Addendum-B. Interview Log 2. The following interview was conducted following several swarm events.
Interviewed.
SCP-2106-2.
Interviewer.
Researcher Roland Farrow.
Forward.
This interview was done following a series of testing and observations on -1 collectivist behavior during swarm events. Upon -2's appearance, it moved to the back corner of the aviary and entered the fetal position.
Get log.
Jessica? What's going on? Everything all right?
You have to stop doing that.
I'm sorry, I don't follow you. Stop doing what?
The swarms. Stop making them swarm, please. It's like a nightmare. Just fucking stop.
I'm gonna need you to elaborate a little more than that, Jessica. Why do we need to stop the swarms? What happens to you when we trigger those events?
It's like having my mind pulled in 1,000 directions. Normally when 8 a.m. hits, I just dream that I'm one raven. It's nice, it's simple, it's safe, but this, it's not that. I get bounced around from one point of view to another, from one raven to the next. Each one is desperate and afraid and searching for a way to survive. And every time I get moved around, those feelings renew. Each raven leaves a stain on my mind that I can't get out. I still feel their consciousness digging around in the back of my head. They like being me.
They like being you?
They love it. I like being a raven because it makes everything so simple. They like me because it makes everything so complex. Every time you make them swarm, it's because they don't want to give it up. Please, I've done everything you've wanted me to do. I've always cooperated. Please, don't do that anymore. I can't just make a promise. All instances of -1 composing -2 begin to croak loudly. All attempts at further communication with -2 by researcher Pharaoh are unsuccessful. The croaking continues until 0800 hours.
Following the conclusion of this interview, all attempts by Foundation personnel to verbally communicate with -2 have been blocked by -1 croaking. -2 has been able to successfully communicate via writing notes for Foundation personnel. Instances of -1 have been observed destroying these notes and attacking personnel attempting to retrieve these notes following -2 dissipation at 0800 hours. As of
25th of November 2012,
a one-way Dropbox has been installed in the aviary to allow for continuous communication with -2 without further -1 interference.
SCP-6150 by The Yellow Duck. Rewritten by Eileen Fishtruck from the SCP Wiki. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. A single guard monitors 6150's containment cell. Attempts at opening 6150 are forbidden. Description: SCP-6150 is a Voskhod 3kV spacecraft re-entry module bearing heavy exterior damage. Metal implements have welded all apertures on the module shut. An opaque substance covers all viewports on the inside. Occasional noises originate from the object, including metallic pounding, scraping, and muffled vocalizations, seeking help in distressed Russian or screaming. These noises subside after varying amounts of time and have not responded to any stimuli.
Foundation personnel discovered 6150 in an abandoned facility near the Baikonur Cosmodrome. Facility interior displayed immense fire damage. No surviving documentation from the facility or otherwise exists in Foundation custody, though a discovered spray-painted message on the entrance wall reads:
Восход 3. Кодовое имя Порог.
Footnote 1, which regards the first of those two Russian words, reads like so: Voskhod 3, pertaining to a thought-unflown space mission, abandoned for lacking visible showmanship compared to NASA's Project Gemini, after power transfer in the Soviet space program between Sergei Korolev and Vasily Mishin. Footnote 2, the second of the Russian words there, says codename Threshold. Context unknown.
Scans of the object's interior carry inconsistent results. See attached images.
SCP-025 by That Tall Fellow from the SCP Wiki. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-025 is only to be opened during testing, as is the room in which SCP-025 is stored. Entry codes are to be given only to authorized research and security personnel. No other containment protocols required. Description: SCP-025 is a wooden wardrobe measuring 0.97 meters by 0.62 meters by 1.95 meters, full of clothing dating from a number of time periods. Articles contained within the chest, collectively named SCP-025-1, match with styles of decades from the 1920s to the present. The apparel from each time frame varies with regard to style. For example, a polyester striped shirt and a pair of charcoal suit pants both correspond with general styles of the 1970s. The only unifying aspect of every article of clothing contained in 025 is that each one is in poor condition. Moths have eaten at much of the collection, and tears and runs are not uncommon. When any item from SCP-025 is put on, the wearer is observed either to die or suffer an injury within 24 hours. The cause of death or injury in these instances is invariably linked to the aforementioned flaws in the clothing, but only ever appears to be an unrelated incident. Wearing a glove with a fingertip cut off may result in the loss of a fingertip through a simple kitchen accident like chopping onions. Similarly, a subject wearing a poncho with a sleeve missing will somehow cause the loss of the uncovered arm, be it an attack by a wild animal or a vehicular accident that necessitates the amputation of the limb. If placed in a sealed, unfurnished enclosure while wearing an item from the chest, the wearer will either seemingly spontaneously contract a flesh-eating disease that begins in the areas not covered by the clothing, or suffer the failure of an organ located beneath an imperfection in the article. Diseases arising from such incident may or may not be contagious. No study has been successfully undertaken due to the speed at which the strains observed run their course. Recommended that, if possible, samples of the disease be taken to lab for possible weaponization. Following is an abridged testing log of SCP-025. More thorough testing will accompany the declassification of the document in its entirety.
Test log SCP-025, Section 1. Subject: D778, a 42-year-old white male. Article: 1940s era white tuxedo. Imperfections: torn seam in left shoulder. Test results: subject was allowed free roam of the halls under agent's supervision. For approximately 45 minutes, nothing eventful occurred. However, at security tapes and eyewitnesses indicate that D778 appeared to make an attempt at attacking agent. He in turn overcame the subject with a knife, causing an inch-deep gash in D778's left shoulder, precisely at the point where the tuxedo's seam was ripped. Test halted, subject later terminated. Subject: D690, a 26-year-old white male. Article: 2004 Boston Red Sox baseball cap. Imperfections: missing size adjuster in back of cap, logo in front partially removed. Test results: placed in a sealed room with the subject was a table on which were a loaded Jericho Baby Eagle 9mm handgun, a grill lighter, and a hatchet.
You can tell this is an early one. It's very funny that they placed the fucking D-class with a gun, a lighter, and a hatchet when they know that this thing causes damages.
D690 chose to wear the cap backwards for the test. Potential effects of this decision on the outcome of the test are unknown. Subject expressed reluctance to touch any of the objects on the table for several hours. Food and water were provided as necessary. After 4 hours of general inactivity, subject picked up the handgun and examined it. While holding it at roughly eye level, the weapon discharged into D690's forehead, where the size adjustment band would have been. The round exited the subject near the part of the hat with the missing part of the logo. D736, a 22-year-old white male, and D771, a 23-year-old white male. Article: burgundy striped sweater vest dating from 1973. Imperfections: article seemed to have been partially eaten by moths, several large holes in the front of the sweater. Test results: D736 was asked by researching staff to wear the sweater vest, which he did under duress. 771 was given a loaded handgun out of sight of the other test participants and instructed to, on given signal, fire all 6 shots in the direction of D736. After doing so, it was noted that every shot fired passed through one of the holes in the sweater vest, leaving the clothing intact and killing D736. Firearm retrieved, surviving subject transported back to quarters. Subject: D771, a 23-year-old white male. Article: sweater vest from previous test. Imperfections, same as mentioned. Test results:
D771 was this time placed in an empty room, dimensions 15 meters by 15 meters by 15 meters. Only objects in the enclosure were lights overhead. Subject initially complained of boredom, then lay on his back and went to sleep. After 2 hours and 14 minutes, 2 of the fluorescent light tubes in the ceiling suddenly dislodged and fell. Both landed squarely on holes in the sweater, shattering upon impact. One of the tubes broke into jagged pieces that impaled D771 in several areas, but only again through gaps already present in the sweater vest. Subject's vitals persisted for another 6 minutes, then ceased. Further testing locations will be selected to minimize possible damage to the surrounding area. Subject. An unidentified individual left an article from SCP-025 on Dr. desk that looked similar to an item of his own clothing. Any information about this incident and/or the perpetrator of same should be reported immediately to senior staff. Article: lightweight scarf, dyed a number of colors. Imperfections: heavily pulled seam caused scarf to be considerably shorter and tighter in the middle. Test results: according to his itinerary, Dr. wearing the item of SCP-025 was en route to the enclosure of SCP on for routine testing. However, he diverged from his intended path and began in a direction towards an entirely separate wing of the facility. Subject then entered the enclosure of SCP-173 without gathering accompaniment or following safety procedures, and upon hearing the door closing, blinked. Cause of death listed as strangulation resulting from a crushed windpipe. Subject: D802, a 30-year-old Hispanic female. Article: 1980s Flashdance style white shirt. Imperfections: right shoulder removed, left sleeve completely cut off, entire bottom hem shredded. Test results: all present were presumed infected, then quarantined, and all further tests involving 1980s era fashion have been postponed indefinitely due to the expenditures and safety hazards presented by the aforementioned experiment. Full cleanup estimated to take an additional weeks.
Further testing authorized. Results now awaiting declassification. SCP-494 by Changi Makbangi from the SCP Wiki. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-494 does not require any special containment procedures, other than being kept under lock and key in storage bunker at site. Level 2 clearance and written permission from a Level 4 or higher researcher is required for testing procedures regarding SCP-494. Description: SCP-494 appears to be a regular pair of black leather fingerless gloves. SCP-494's anomalous features can only be observed while worn by a human subject. Upon being fitted onto the hand, 494 will change size to match that of its wearer. Test subjects have described the feeling of wearing the gloves as if they were, quote, not wearing gloves at all, unquote. SCP-494's true anomalous nature is revealed in that when an object is held in each gloved hand, after exactly 5 minutes, the two objects' makeup will be suddenly traded. The range of materials that can be transferred as yet seems to have no limit, and has been observed to create working machines and even living organisms from the materials provided. See test log for details. SCP-494 seems to have some limitations, such as the fact that only objects that can be supported by the wearer's strength, artificial assistance such as leaning one's hand against a wall or table seems to negate the effect of the gloves, will be transformed. And for reasons unknown, the gloves will refuse to work when worn by a subject over the age of 60. Testing log.
Test 4941.
Materials: right hand, 1 0.24 carat diamond. Left hand,
1 regular golf ball. Result: right hand, 1 diamond-shaped piece of plastic. Left hand, 1 rounded crystal formation, 2 inches in diameter. Diffractometry confirms monocrystalline diamond.
Test 4942.
Materials: right hand, 1 Nokia flip cover cellular phone. Left hand, 2 stainless steel razor blades. Result: right hand, 1 hinged stainless steel box with acid-etched surfaces denoting a cell phone keypad. Left hand, 2 millimeter thick machines with small screens and microscopic computer circuitry, found to be fully functional as cellular phones.
Test 4943.
Materials: right hand, 1 white laboratory rat. Left hand, 1 1974 penny. Result: right hand, 1 copper statuette of a rat. Left hand, 1 small disc-shaped organism with white fur. Though lacking sensory organs or any observed lungs or digestive system, organism is entirely viable and responds to external stimuli such as light and pain.
Test 4944.
Materials: right hand, 1 vial containing live Streptococcus bacteria. Left hand, 1 white laboratory rat. Result: right hand, 1 vial containing animal cells with DNA of rat. Left hand, no observable difference aside from a slight change in the hue of the animal's fur. However, after further observation, the resulting animal proved to be capable of asexual reproduction. It proceeded to give birth to 77 young within an hour, without any indication of stopping. Resulting offspring grew rapidly, maturing within a half hour. Mature offspring in turn produced their own offspring. All animals were subsequently incinerated. Estimations of rate of reproduction suggests over 100,000 young would have been produced within a day. Note: all tests involving the effects of SCP-494 on live microorganisms are now strictly prohibited. Addendum 494-1. Suggestions for testing the effects of 494 on SCP-500 in conjunction with other materials are currently pending approval. SCP-500. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-500 must be stored in a cool and dry place, away from bright light. SCP-500 is only allowed to be accessed by personnel with Level 4 security clearance to prevent misapplication. Description: SCP-500 is a small plastic can which at the time of writing contains 47 red pills. 1 pill, when taken orally, effectively cures the subject of all diseases within 2 hours. Exact time depending on the severity and amount of the subject's conditions. Despite extensive trials, all attempts at synthesizing more of what is thought to be the active ingredient of the pills have been unsuccessful. Note from Dr. Klein.
SCP personnel below Level 3 are now banned from handling SCP-500. This is not to be used to cure a hangover. Get AIDS and then ask permission.
Requests: 1774K. Dr. O22F has requested 1 SCP-500 pill for testing with SCP-38. Request has been approved. 1862B. Dr. Gears has requested 1 SCP-500 pill for testing in SCP-914. Request has been approved. 2354F. Dr. has requested 1 SCP-500 pill for testing with SCP-253. Request denied. 5667-E. Dr. Gibbons has requested 2 pills of SCP-500 for his personal medkit. Request denied. Addendum 500-1. 2 pills have been authorized for use with SCP-008. As a result of conducting a series of tests on Class D subjects infected with SCP-008, it appears that even in the most advanced stages of the disease, 1 whole pill will accomplish full recovery. Number of pills is 57 at the time of writing. Addendum 500-2. 1 pill has been authorized for use with SCP-409. SCP-500 was tested on subject 409-D5, who was exposed to the effects of SCP-409. Complete recovery accomplished. See Addendum 409-1. Number of pills is 56 at the time of writing. Addendum 500-4. Request 500-1774-K approved. 5 pills have been used in experimentation with SCP-038. It has been determined that SCP-38 is capable of duplicating SCP-500. However, the success of the duplicated pills is limited. The duplicated pills are only effective in curing the subject 30% of the time, with chance of successful healing dropping as time since cloned increases. In 60% of the cases where the infection is permanent, symptoms of infection remain, though further infestation is neutralized. Repeated dosing with SCP-038 cloned pills is recommended for all personnel suffering from incurable conditions, as supply of SCP-500 remains extremely limited. All 5 used samples of SCP-500 were returned. Number of pills is 56 at the time of writing. Addendum 500-5. During experiments with SCP-038, 1 pill was stolen by Personnel D to reportedly, quote, cure a hangover, unquote. Stricter controls for samples of SCP-500 given to other projects is suggested. Personnel D has been terminated. Number of pills is 55 at the time of writing. Addendum 500-6. 1 pill has been used with SCP-231-4. Number of pills is 54 at the time of writing. Addendum 500-7. 1 pill has been used for Experiment 447-A. Number of pills is 53 at the time of writing. Addendum 500-8. 1 pill has been used with SCP-208. Number of pills is 52 at the time of writing. Addendum 500-9. Request 500-1862-B approved. 1 pill of SCP-500 is placed within SCP-914 with the setting at Fine. Resulting object classified as SCP-427. Number of pills is 51 at the time of writing. Addendum 500-10. 5 pills have been taken for the Olympia project, although only 2 were used. The remaining 3 will be returned shortly. Upon return, number of pills will be 49. Addendum 500-11. 2 pills have been used for Experiment 217. Number of pills is 47 at the time of writing. Addendum 500-12. Request to have SCP-500 investigated for mental compulsion leading to obsessive fixation denied for triviality.
SCP-2380 by BIDS-180 from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-2380 is to be kept in Containment Locker 2380 at Site-39, with access barred to all personnel with a clearance level under 3. In the event of any breach in containment, Junior Researcher Östergaard is to be taken into protective custody by security personnel until containment is restored. Take a shot every time I say Junior Researcher Östergaard in this video, and actually don't do that. You might not end up alive. Outside of controlled testing environments, bare-skin contact is not to be made with SCP-2380, and protective equipment is to be used at all times. Description: SCP-2380 is a human left kidney, a genetic match to one Östergaard, a junior researcher at Site-39 in Denmark. Neither the internal nor external structure of SCP-2380 bears any notable deviations from that of any average human kidney. The cells of SCP-2380 do not differ from non-anomalous human kidney cells in any detectable way. All tissue remains healthy, however, despite the lack of blood flow to or from the object. SCP-2380 exhibits both a passive and active anomalous effect. Passively, 2380 constantly rotates by currently unknown means, such that its superior pole is pointing toward junior researcher Östergaard at all times. The active anomalous effect of SCP-2380 manifests when it is held or touched with bare skin by any human subject apart from junior researcher Östergaard. Upon touching 2380, the subject, henceforth designated 2380-1, will attempt to implant 2380 into junior researcher Östergaard by any means available. If surgical instruments or other sharp implements are accessible, instances of -1 will make use of them, but those affected have been observed to attempt implantation without any tools or instruments of any kind. Worth noting is that junior researcher Östergaard is still in possession of both of his kidneys, which appear to be healthy and fully functional. It is not known at this time what instances of -1 would do with junior researcher Östergaard's current left kidney if his abdominal cavity was successfully accessed. Upon removal of the kidney from the possession of affected -1 individuals, the active anomalous effects of 2380 will cease until it again comes into contact with exposed human skin. Previously affected -1 individuals will express a lack of awareness of their actions, but possess the notion that, while affected, they were attempting to implant Östergaard's kidney using proper medical procedure (parentheses, surgical scrubs, sterilized medical equipment, designated operating theater, etc.). End parentheses. This belief is maintained by -1 individuals with and without prior surgical experience, as well as -1 individuals without prior knowledge of Östergaard's identity. No other anomalous or abnormal effects have been noted in former -1 individuals, nor in junior researcher Östergaard himself. Recovery. SCP-2380 was discovered by junior researcher Östergaard, resting on his desk in research sector of Site-39, the morning of 2011. Security footage from the morning of and the preceding night do not show any evidence of entry into research sector before Östergaard's arrival. Investigation of Östergaard provides no evidence that he was in any way aware of the existence of 2380, nor anything anomalous regarding his kidneys prior to the morning of. Upon the arrival of Dr. Östergaard's immediate supervisor, 2380 was picked up and manifested its anomalous effects. Dr. grabbed a letter opener from a nearby desk and proceeded to pursue Östergaard through the hallway until apprehended by security personnel. At this time, 2380 fell to the ground and its effects ceased. As Dr. was taken into custody, SCP-2380 was retrieved by officer, making the object's anomalous properties known when he attempted to breach junior researcher Östergaard's abdominal cavity with a paperclip. SCP-8045 by George M.T.Z.B. I don't know if it's George or Jorge or whatever, so sorry, buddy. From the SCP Wiki. Containment class. Safe. Disruption class. Dark. Risk class. Notice. Special containment procedures. SCP-8045 is to be contained in a standard low-risk anomalous containment locker at Site-19. Access to 8045 requires Level 2 clearance. Testing involving 8045 must be conducted in a controlled environment with surveillance cameras monitoring the testing area. No anomalous items, including other SCP objects or sentient creatures, are to be left underneath 8045 overnight. Description: SCP-8045 is a standard-sized 51 cm by 56 cm goose-down feather pillow with no discernible manufacturer's label or markings. The pillow is composed of ordinary materials consistent with those found in non-anomalous pillows. SCP-8045 exhibits its anomalous properties at night. Footnote: for the purposes of 8045, night starts at the point in which the sun is fully below the horizon at its location. When placed on a bed, footnote, any piece of furniture made for the specific purpose of sleeping, with an item left underneath the pillow between itself and the bed. These properties manifest only when all human individuals in direct sightline of the bed are either sleeping in the bed or are otherwise unconscious. If a fully conscious individual is present throughout the entirety of the night, 8045 will not exhibit its anomalous effects. When these conditions are met, a fairy, footnote, the appearance of these fairies varies widely in size, shape, and appearance, but they all exhibit characteristics resembling the most popular modern form of mythical fairies from folklore in media: small humanoid creatures with butterfly-like wings. Fairy, labeled -1, corresponding to the specific item type left underneath 8045, will manifest in the room. 8045 consistently summons the exact same -1 instance for any given item. All -1 instances wear miniature name tags identifying them as the fairy of that particular type of item. The fairy will approach 8045, retrieve the item left underneath it, and subsequently attempt to depart the room by flying away, disappearing shortly thereafter. In exchange for the item, the fairy will leave behind a form of payment. Usually, though not exclusively, it will leave behind some kind of currency, most commonly in the form of a single quarter. If an 8045-1 instance is interrupted in some manner before it is able to retrieve the item left underneath 8045, it will prematurely disappear. It will attempt to complete its task later in the night when the conditions for its appearance are met once again. Surveillance footage indicates that 8045's effects are not impeded by the presence of cameras.
Testing log, SCP-8045.
Note: each test consists of the same procedure, leaving an object underneath 8045 laid over a designated bed.
Test A. Object.
1 human tooth.
Results.
The tooth fairy manifests, taking the object and leaving behind a quarter.
Test B. Object.
1 dog tooth.
Results.
Same as for human tooth.
Test C. Object.
1 synthetic human tooth.
Results.
The tooth fairy manifests, taking the object and leaving behind a counterfeit quarter.
Test D. Object.
1 printed photograph of a human tooth.
Results.
A distinct paper fairy manifests, taking the object and leaving behind a quarter.
Test T. Object.
1 quarter.
Results.
The money fairy manifests, taking the object and leaving behind a human tooth.
I love that. It's a fair exchange rate. Say what you want, but they're doing honest business, you know? It's not much, but it's an honest job.
Test F. Object.
1 $20 bill.
Results.
The money fairy manifests, taking the object and leaving behind an entire set of human teeth.
Test G. Object.
1 counterfeit quarter.
Results.
The money fairy manifests, taking the object and leaving behind a synthetic human tooth.
Test H. Object.
None. No item left beneath 8045.
Results.
The bedsheet fairy manifests, taking the bedsheets and leaving behind a quarter.
Coin. I don't know why I think that's very funny. The bedsheet fairy.
Test Hiii. Object.
None. No items left beneath 8045. Bedsheets were removed.
Results.
The mattress fairy manifests, taking the bed and leaving behind a quarter coin. 8045 is left laying on the ground.
Knowing the SCP Foundation, I kind of feel like we'll be in big trouble if we continue down this line, because eventually, you know, the planet fairy is gonna come along and that won't be good.
Test J. Object.
1 GPS tracker.
Results.
The GPS tracker fairy manifests, taking the object and leaving behind a quarter coin. Signal was lost the instant the GPS tracker fairy manifested.
Test K. Object.
1 pair of white socks.
Results.
The sock fairy manifests, taking one of the socks and leaving behind a different mismatching sock.
Test L. Object.
1 human tooth and 1 quarter.
Results.
The Tooth Fairy and Money Fairy both manifest, retrieving their respective objects and leaving behind a quarter coin and a human tooth. Subsequently, they engage in a continuous exchange, taking the item left by the other fairy and replacing it with their own, creating an infinite loop. This exchange persists for approximately 2 hours underneath 8045, at which point the Fairy manifests, taking both fairies away and leaving behind 2 quarter coins.
This is like coding logic. This just happened to be like a loop, you know? It just kept doing the same checks. It's a good thing that the fucking fairy was there. Save us from crashing, I guess.
Test M. Object.
1 human tooth.
Results.
No result.
Test N. Object.
1 quarter.
Results.
No result.
Test O. Object.
1 pillow.
Results.
The pillow fairy manifests, taking both the object and 8045 itself, leaving behind 2 quarter coins before flying away and demanifesting alongside 8045, which has not been recovered since.
SCP-3081 by TL333S from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. The mouth of the access road leading to SCP-3081 has been camouflaged via standard Foundation forestry protocols. 3081 should be checked routinely and any notable changes documented. Civilians discovered accessing 3081 are to be interrogated, amnesticized, and released. Description: SCP-3081 is an irregularly shaped extra-dimensional space, accessible via a dirt road in unincorporated Perkins County, South Dakota, USA. The exterior of SCP-3081 appears to be a grove of mixed deciduous trees smaller than the internal dimensions. Within 3081 is a grassy plain surrounded by thick forest similar in species to that of the outer area. Weather patterns inside of 3081 do not match those of the surrounding area, tending toward fair with only intermittent light rainfall observed. Items such as tin pails and wooden stools have been found within SCP-3081 on occasion. 3081 also contains 9 instances of 3081-1. 3081-1 are large, about 1.4 meters high, organisms resembling human hands. -1 locomote using the thumb and index, ring, and little fingers, while the middle finger acts as a head. -1 lacks fingerprints. Genetic analysis of sampled material has revealed a 75% match to human DNA, with the remainder unknown. All instances bear skin depigmentation consistent with vitiligo. Emerging from the back of each instance is a proportionally sized human arm that extends into the tree line. Attempts to find further anatomical features, such as joints past the wrists, have been hampered by the thickness of the surrounding forest and the skittish nature of -1. It is unknown whether the arms have a terminus. The behavior of -1 is similar to that of common cattle. They display herd behavior and are generally docile unless disturbed. Though -1 lack mouth parts, their typical behavior pattern involves brushing the tip of the middle digit across the surface of the grass. No plant material is excised during this process. It is not known if this behavior is necessary for the survival of -1. The -1 herd currently numbers 4 left hands and 5 right hands. Addendum 3081-1. On
the 4th of August 2005,
it was noted during a routine entry into 3081 that 3081-1R-5 had formed itself into an OK gesture, while 3081-1L-2 repeatedly inserted and removed its thumb from the O. This action continued for the full length of time personnel were present in 3081, 1 hour, 25 minutes. Good job, buddy. It's got some performance in him. Addendum 3081-02. On
the 22nd of May 2006,
2 new instances of -1 were noted. Both were right hands considerably smaller than all previous instances. Though 1R-6 was noted to maintain close proximity to -5 at all times, -7 was unable to move from where it lay. SCP-3081-1R-7, and from here on out I'm going to refer to all of these as just like R7, if they have that full line of text, because I'm not going to read that every time. R7 was malformed, possessing only a thumb, index, and middle finger. Though R6 was noted to maintain close proximity to R5 at all times, R7 was unable to move from where it lay. As other instances of -1 maintained distance from R7, it was decided to harvest the instance for study. Initial attempts were hampered by aggression from 1L instances. Footnote, the only time aggression has been noted in -1. But on
the 5th of June 2006,
R7 had ceased all motion and personnel were able to complete the harvesting procedure without interference. The arm of R7 was severed 1 meter above the wrist. Personnel reported hearing a low moan as the arm receded into the tree line. No pursuit attempt was made. Since August of 2006, 18 more new instances of -1 have been discovered, at a rate of 1 to 2 every 9 months. All but 1 have had some form of major physical abnormality, rendering them incapable of survival past a few weeks. Harvest and vivisection of these instances has fueled the Foundation's understanding of -1's physiology. Addendum 3081-3. On
the 15th of November 2015,
during a routine examination of 3081, no instances of -1 could be located inside the anomaly. Drops of a viscous fluid were found in the central area of the clearing. The fluid was later identified as a slurry of skin, muscle tissue, and bone, with a 74% match to human DNA. The drops were noted to describe a square, approximately 90 meters to a side. Monitoring of 3081 is to continue at a reduced rate to prevent civilian access. Addendum 3081-4. On a Foundation agent discovered skin cream products marketed by Soft Hands at a Publix in Orlando, Florida. All products were seized and placed in storage. Analysis of the products reveals a composition of approximately 35% human muscle tissue. As a quick little side note here, the Soft Hands in the text there is clickable and leads to SCP-2494. Which, you know what, instead of me kind of recapping, it's sort of short, so we'll just read it after this one. In an interview, the store manager claimed to have been contacted by a sales representative, and after agreeing to carry the products, a pallet of skin cream was included in their usual shipment of cosmetics. Attempts to trace the origin of the shipment have so far been unsuccessful. The product label is reproduced below.
Hand milk by Soft Hands. Enjoy this limited time run of Soft Hands Hand Milk, Hand and Skin Cream and Lotion. Rub Soft Hands Hand Milk, Hand and Skin Cream and Lotion upon your hands and skin and hands daily to get soft hands, super soft feeling hands. Made from all natural organic products with no animal testing. From your heads to your hands. Please take care of your hands. They're the only hands you'll get.
SCP-2778 by Cap and That Guy from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. Due to SCP-2778's stationary nature and its existence within Anomalous Item Research Site 4, from here on out shortened to ARS-4, minimal containment procedures are necessary. A new D-Class restroom has been constructed on the floor below 2778, and D-Class personnel previously assigned to ARS-4 have been reassigned to different projects. A standard Level 3 passcode lock has been placed on the door leading to 2778 to prevent unauthorized entry. Description: SCP-2778 is a spatio-temporal anomaly comprising the entirety of the D-Class restroom at Anomalous Item Research Site 4. This anomaly appears to be accessible only to D-Class personnel assigned to ARS-4. Footnote: the exact parameters of this requirement are currently unknown. Temporarily demoting researchers to D-Class personnel during experiments has not resulted in the ability to enter 2778. Only one subject can enter 2778 at any time. Interviews with D-Class personnel have resulted in a general description of the interior of 2778, however, these descriptions should be considered unreliable due to the inability of Foundation researchers to investigate the anomaly. When a D-Class subject enters 2778, they vanish from ARS-4. Communication and recording devices cease to function immediately upon entering 2778. D-Class subjects report appearing in the entryway of an approximately 2,800 square foot ranch-style house, which consists of 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, kitchen, living room, entry hall, and garage. Full floor plans based on D-Class testimony can be found in Document-3. Windows and doors which lead outdoors cannot be opened, with the exception of the front door, which opens onto a solid plane of soft white light. Passing through this light returns the subject to ARS-4. The time of day and weather within 2778 match that of ARS-4 at the time of entry, and follow normal patterns after entry. Walls throughout 2778 are white or off-white, and furnishing are described as similar to those found in model homes. Electricity and water are functional, but there are no internet, cable, or telephone connections. The kitchen contains a full stock of fresh foods, and the living room contains a large number of books, films, and music. While within 2778, subjects experience a temporal dilation of approximately 60:1, allowing D-Class personnel to spend several hours at a time within 2778 unnoticed by Foundation staff prior to the anomaly's discovery. When 2778 is unoccupied for at least 12 minutes, the contents of 2778 reset, replacing any consumed items or removed objects and repairing damage caused by previous occupants. 2778 also updates at irregular intervals, adding new foods and recently released media. Objects weighing less than 1 kilo may be brought back through 2778 and are not affected by future resets. Testing has not revealed anomalous activity in any objects brought from 2778. Non-D-Class personnel perceive 2778 as a non-anomalous restroom and can use it as such with no complications. While a D-Class subject is within 2778, the toilet stall door appears to be shut and cannot be opened. Shoes and the bottom of a D-Class uniform can be seen from beneath the stall. D-Class subjects report hearing speech from individuals within 3 meters of the stall clearly, regardless of the subject's location within 2778. When a subject exits 2778, they appear within the stall, which can then be opened normally.
Interview-1. SCP-2778 was discovered by researchers during an interview with D-23588. After he made reference during testing to a film which had been released after his incarceration. As no on-site researchers reported having seen this film and the 4 on-site D-Class personnel had not been transferred in the past years, it was suspected that this knowledge had been anomalously obtained. D23588 eventually revealed the existence of SCP-2778 after questioning. Below is a transcript of the initial interview with D23588 regarding SCP-2778 after the anomaly had been confirmed. Interviewer, Dr. Richards. Begin log.
So now that we've seen you disappear and reappear from that bathroom, perhaps you'd like to tell us where exactly it is you're going.
Well, like I told y'all, it's a house. Pretty nice one. Comfy couch and bed, lots of movies and games. Great food. Time passes faster, so we can spend an afternoon in there and y'all just think we're going to the can. Can't get out of the house or even open the windows, but you can't have everything, I guess.
And how long have you known about this anomaly?
As long as I've been here. I learned about it from the guys who were here before me, and they learned it from the guys before them. Don't know how long it's been going on before that, but I'd bet it's been here about as long as this building. Heck, one guy that used to be here said that one of the first Ds here actually made it somehow.
Very well. We'll be interviewing the authority class about this anomaly shortly, and once we do, we'll return to make sure that you're telling us the same things.
Before you go, can I ask you something?
I suppose.
Well, I'm just saying, with only 4 of us here testing all these weird things, we end up running tests all day, no stopping. We spend hours tossing pencils around, putting rocks in our pockets, twisting knobs and pushing buttons. And for what? To see if it'll glow or sing a song or make us puke for y'all throw it in a box and forget about it? There's no point in that.
I'm sure we could transfer you to something more, meaningful, if you wanted.
No, that's not what I meant. I'm just saying, after doing stuff like that all day, you've got to have something interesting to do. Watch a movie, read a book, make yourself a nice meal. You just can't do that with what little y'all give us. Heck, I can't even get a decent night's sleep with a motor mouth like Harry yapping away all night.
It's the point.
Don't take this away from us. Please.
SCP-4711 by Q. Palzo from the SCP Wiki. Recommended to us here at JVSCP by Venabre, however you're supposed to pronounce that. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-4711 is owned and operated by Foundation personnel as a typical 7-Eleven chain. 4711 is to be staffed with no less than 2 Foundation personnel who are to observe all standards set by the 7-Eleven Corporation. In order to reduce civilian exposure, 4711 should be as unwelcoming as possible. 4711's exterior is to appear disheveled and poorly maintained. Any non-Foundation personnel who makes mention of the anomaly or appears to be distressed while within 4711 is to be amnesticized and removed from 4711. Description: SCP-4711 is a 7-Eleven franchise convenience store located in Malaysia. From the outside, 4711 bears no irregularities, and its anomalous properties manifest only when a subject is inside. Whenever a subject enters 4711, products that the subject most prefers will spontaneously disappear. A majority of subjects, when viewing the anomaly directly, fail to notice the disappearance due to a mild mimetic effect. When viewed from the outside or via 4711's security cameras, the disappearance of items is visible. Notably, the mimetic effect carries through these methods of viewing. Tracking devices placed on or within items are left behind when items disappear. This disappearance effect is not only limited to foodstuffs and is applicable to any item sold within 4711. Items of the same type, flavoring, or brand as the preferred item will remain, but the specific item the subject most enjoys will not be present. See Addendum 4711-1. Additionally, when a subject attempts to use 4711's restroom, the entrance will be locked, or the facilities themselves will be out of order. When a subject attempts to use the slushy machine or soda fountain, the machines will immediately fail to operate or release only flavoring syrups. In the event that a subject carries multiple forms of payment, the registers will only accept the form they least commonly use.
Addendum 4711-1 Testing Log.
Experiment number 0001. Subject.
D1543-1.
Procedure.
D1543-1 is given 20 ringgits. And then there's a footnote saying national currency of Malaysia. So in the text it just says 20 MYR. So I googled and it's called Malaysian ringgits. I don't know if it's pronounced ringgits. But if it comes up again, that's how I'm pronouncing it. Sorry, Malaysians. And told to inform the researchers of what he intends to purchase before he enters SCP-4711. Subject is then instructed to enter 4711 and purchase said item.
Result.
D1543-1 tells researchers that he intends to purchase a bag of M&Ms. D1543-1 exits the store 8 minutes later with no items and complains to researchers that they only had peanut M&Ms.
Notes.
D1543-1 is allergic to peanuts.
Experiment number 0001. Subject.
D04.
Procedure.
D04 is asked what their least favorite snack, food, and drink is. Subject is then instructed to purchase each item, namely a bag of Lay's salt and vinegar chips and a bottle of cherry Coca-Cola. This D-class has terrible taste. S-tier chips, S-tier Coca-Cola. Don't at me. Subject is informed to purchase closest analogs if he cannot find the exact items. D04 is giving 30 ringgits to purchase said items.
Result.
D04 exits 3 minutes later with a bag of 7 Select brand salt and vinegar chips and a can of vanilla Coca-Cola. Items are later tested and are deemed non-anomalous.
Experiment number 0001. Subject.
D67.
Procedure.
D67 is confined to a containment cell for 24 hours without food or water. Upon release, D67 is given 80 ringgits and is instructed to enter 4711.
Result.
D67 exits the store 6 minutes later with 1/2 gallon of skim milk 2 days past its sell-by date, and complains to researchers that he hates skim milk. Additionally, D67 tells researchers that both the slushy machine was broken and that the soda fountain only dispensed flavoring syrup.
Experiment number 0001. Preface.
Initial sweep of 4711 was met with a short hiccup when a member of the recovery team found the door to the restroom to be locked. Upon failing to breach, another member of the recovery team attempted to open the door and was met with no resistance. The following test was to investigate the potential anomalous nature of the room.
Subject.
D31 and D67.
Procedure.
D31 is instructed to inform researchers when they require the restroom and is then sent into 4711 with instructions to utilize the store's facilities. D67 is instructed to empty their bladder before the test.
Result.
D31 cannot enter the restroom as the door is locked. D31 reports hearing faint grunting from behind the restroom door. The sound could not be heard on security footage, and members of MTF Alpha 10 did not back up D31's claim. D67 is then instructed to attempt entry. The door is still locked. D31 is then instructed to leave 4711, and D67 is ordered to re-attempt entry. Upon D31's exit, the restroom door opens for D67 with no hindrance, revealing an ordinary bathroom.
Experiment number 0001. Subject.
D15, chosen for their natural resistance to mimetic agents.
Procedure.
D15 is given 80 ringgits and is instructed to enter the store to purchase his favorite item.
Result.
D15 exits the store after 6 seconds in a state of distress. When interviewed, D15 reports that the items evaporated right in front of his eyes.
SCP-3270 by Janitor Cakeworth, from the SCP Wiki. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures: SCP-3270 is to be kept within a storage locker at Site-64. All photos of 3270 are to be deleted upon discovery, excluding photos of any copies of SCP-3270. Instances of 3270-1 are to be kept at Site-88, but otherwise are allowed to roam the facility freely, with the exception of areas limited to Foundation personnel. Instances of -1 are to be fed cooked fish and milk at regular intervals. Requests for toys and other amenities are to be approved by 3 Class B personnel on Site-88, though requests cannot exceed $30 in cost. Description: SCP-3270 is a painting depicting a cat resting on a pillow. Viewing 3270 directly or indirectly causes the viewer to undergo various physical and mental changes over the course of several months. See document 3270-1. This effect does not apply to copies of 3270, either through printing or recreation. Viewers of 3270 are to be classified as instances of 3270-1. Document 3270-1. Initial viewing. Viewers will express admiration for 3270. Viewers who viewed a copy of 3270 and expressed apathy or disapproval before viewing 3270 will still express admiration for 3270. 1 hour after initial viewing. Viewers will exhibit increased enthusiasm, curiosity, and generally have a more positive outlook on life. 1 day after initial viewing. Viewers will show increased interest in felines through looking at pictures/videos of common house cats, purchasing clothing, furniture, or other objects depicting cats, or adopting pet cats. 1 week after initial viewing. Viewers will begin recommending others begin adopting cats as pets, as well as recommend viewing 3270. 3 weeks after initial viewing. Viewers will begin exhibiting cat-like behavior, such as licking themselves as a substitute to more formal means of bathing, preferring to eat food on the floor, and walking using both their arms and legs. 2 months after initial viewing. Viewers will show increased body hair growth. 4 months after initial viewing. Viewers' skeletal system will begin to shrink, with their muscles and skin doing the same. 5 months after initial viewing. Other miscellaneous changes to the viewer's body will occur, such as ears changing shape and location, eyes restructuring to resemble those of house cats, and loss of thumbs and fingers, in place of phalanx typical of house cats. 6 months after initial viewing. Instances of -1 are physically identical to a non-anomalous house cat, though are able to still speak, despite not having the needed organs to do so. The psychological effects of 3270 listed above have dissipated at this point. Instances of -1 will have the lifespan of an average human, though are able to be terminated by normal means.
Interview 3271. Interviewed.
Dr. Allison, an instance of 3270-1.
Interviewer.
Dr. Glenrowan.
Forward.
Dr. Allison willingly viewed 3270. This interview was conducted 8 months after initial viewing. Begin log.
Why did you willingly view SCP-3270?
Curiosity, mostly.
How would you describe the process of transforming into an instance of SCP-3270-1?
It felt alright at first, like I'd found a new hobby. Then when it got to actually turning into a cat, it got excruciatingly painful.
What's your opinion on SCP-3270?
It ruined my life.
I'm speaking of the artistic quality of SCP-3270.
Dr. Glenrowan passes a copy of 3270 to 3270-1. Oh yeah. I guess it's cute. End log. SCP-1545. by Salman Corbett from the SCP Wiki. Object Class: Safe. SCP-1545 is to be kept in Containment Locker 1545 at Site 40, with access barred to all personnel with a clearance level under 3. Following Incident 1296-1545, testing of SCP-1545 with additional anomalous objects requires approval of personnel with a clearance level of 4 on a case-by-case basis. No other containment procedures are necessary at this time. Description: SCP-1545 is a two-person llama costume wearing galoshes. In Swedish it's galosh. Han har galoscher på sig. But I have no idea how to pronounce that in English. Galoshes. Galoshes? You'll have to live with whatever I said. 1545 can be opened along its midsection. Its interior is consistent with an average costume of its type, with space for 2 people, one with their legs in their rear legs, bending over into the midsection, and the other standing in front with their 2 legs in the costume's front legs, standing straight up through the costume's neck. A tag near the costume's rear refers to it as Larry, the Loving Llama. SCP-1545's anomalous effects do not become apparent until it is worn. Subjects wearing 1545 will become extremely in character, with the frontal person speaking as if they were Larry the Loving Llama, and the rearward person performing various jigs. SCP-1545 behaves in an extremely docile manner. Subjects inside 1545 are not physically able to exit 1545 without being pulled out, and show no desire to do so, although they will not resist removal. Unless forcefully removed from 1545, subjects will continuously act as Larry the Loving Llama until they expire. Footnote: most common cause of death is dehydration. Infection is also common due to the non-attendance of soiled clothing. Subjects with a dead partner will still act as their appropriate half until they also expire. Removed subjects show memory of their time within SCP-1545, however, they show no knowledge of its anomalous properties. Subjects do not show any negative attitude towards their time inside of 1545, instead behaving as if their actions were typical. SCP-1545 was discovered by authorities in an abandoned suburban home. Victims had died from dehydration. Autopsy indicated that the rearward operator had died 1 day earlier and had severe bruising on her body from being dragged throughout the household by the frontal partner. 1545 was confiscated by Foundation personnel after its anomalous properties had been discovered. Class A amnestics were administered. Addendum: Audio log 1545-A.
Interviewed.
D-5362, having just been removed from 1545.
Interviewer.
Dr. Fredericks.
Forward.
Subject had been inside of 1545 for approximately 3 hours. Hello, D-5362.
Good afternoon, sir.
How are you feeling?
A little exhausted, sir.
Oh yes, I saw all that dancing around. Must have gotten tiring.
It was, sir, but you have to keep the people entertained.
But surely you considered leaving to get a drink.
Can't do that, sir. It'd ruin the illusion.
It's a talking llama wearing rain boots. What kind of illusion is that?
Well, you just don't know Larry the Loving Llama like I do, sir.
Audio log 1545-B.
Interviewed.
D-5483. Voicing Larry the Loving Llama.
Interviewer.
Dr. Fredericks.
Forward.
Subject has been inside of 1545 for 2 days. Voice was extremely raspy due to dehydration. Begin log. Hello, D-5483.
Oh, I'm not James. I'm Larry the Loving Llama.
Okay. Larry, how are you feeling?
Super-de-duper, Doctor. My bum's a bit sluggish today, but that's okay.
Note: D-5484, 1545's rearward operator, had expired approximately 2 hours earlier. D-5483 had been dragging 5484.
Larry, are you aware of the men inside you?
You mean my helpers?
Yes, your helpers.
My helpers love helping me. Together we bring joy to everyone.
Are you aware that D-5484 is dead, Larry?
He's just taking a nap, Doctor.
End log. SCP-3251 by Thrombus. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-3251 is currently held in a medium-sized terrestrial animal enclosure at Site-48. The temperature and humidity within 3251's enclosure are to be regulated and made to simulate that of its native tropical environment. 3251 is to be met with the same nutritional accommodations as a non-anomalous member of its species. Level 3 clearance and/or permission from the operating site director is required to interview or otherwise interact with 3251. Description: SCP-3251 is a sapient adult male coconut crab, Burgus latro. Despite its physiology suggesting such acts to be impossible, 3251 possesses the ability to communicate verbally using the English language, typically speaking using slang and phrases common among pirates in the 16th to 18th centuries. Oh no, am I gonna have to try and do like a pirate thing for this one? I've got no idea how to do like a pirate voice in English, so I apologize in advance. SCP-3251 adorns a small black tricorn hat. Footnote: a style of hat that was popular throughout England during the 18th century, especially among pirates. The style was/is also very common in media depictions of pirates in the 20th and 21st centuries. Black tricorn hat on its head, measuring about 6 centimeters from the base to the tip. How and when 3251 acquired this item is currently unknown. 3251 also has a strong affection for lustrous metallic items and will oftentimes go out of its way to acquire such objects. The secondary anomalous effect of 3251 will manifest whenever 3251 issues a verbal command to another coconut crab. The affected animal, hereby referred to as 3251-1, will attempt to complete the task issued by 3251 until either the task is completed or they are separated from 3251 for a prolonged period of time. Instances of -1 do not show any signs of intelligence above what is normal for a non-anomalous member of their species and do not appear to possess any understanding or perception of the English language aside from commands issued by 3251. 3251 refers to the collective group of -1 instances as "me crew" and will also often refer to itself as their captain in relation to -1. 3251 was first discovered in when several reports of coconut crabs behaving strangely began to surface from small villages on islands throughout the southern Pacific. These reports included between 40 to 110 crabs traveling in a group, one of which could speak English. Yeah, that'd do it. That'd get reported to someone. What do you call in that situation? The cops? The crabs arriving at the island on a floating vessel. Footnote: this vessel varies from report to report. Some claim that the crabs were sailing on a large piece of driftwood, while others imply that the crabs stole boats from humans. The talking crab demanding the inhabitants forfeit over all of their silverware and other metallic belongings. The crabs threatening the inhabitants with tools and weapons stolen from the inhabitants, as well as makeshift weapons made of sharpened sticks and rocks. The crabs forcing inhabitants to gather as many coconuts and coconut crabs as possible to bring them to their flotation vessel. Foundation operatives traveled to the villages where the incidents took place and successfully suppressed them before they went public. The same operatives then located 3251 as well as 113-1 instances floating 135 kilometers off the west coast of Indonesia, believed to have been attempting to sail to Madagascar. The crabs were floating on a large piece of driftwood comprised of fallen palm trees and loose wooden boards, carrying several hundred coconuts and over 163 kilos of assorted metal objects. 3251 was then taken into Foundation custody, and the instances of -1, now essentially non-anomalous coconut crabs, were relocated into the wild. Interview log 3251-1.
Interviewed.
SCP-3251.
Interviewer.
Dr.
Forward.
The following is a recorded interview between Dr. and SCP-3251, shortly after 3251 was initially contained. Begin log.
Alright, SCP-3251. I'd like to ask you a few questions today. Would that be okay?
It'd be alright with me, so long as I can refuse to answer at any time.
Alright, very well. So how did you become so smart, and when did you discover your ability to control others?
Arg, 'tis a long and tragic tale, and believe me, it ain't one that ends in a kiss. I'm gonna go ahead and pass on this answer.
Why is it that you stole from all those islanders?
A pirate's no one if he don't steal. You see a village, you go ahead and pillage. If you want the booty, you have to looty. I've got a half dozen more phrases, but you get me point, lad.
So, you're only doing this to acquire metal? I don't think silverware is worth quite as much as you think it is.
You take me for some sort of fool, do you? I know how much the treasure be worth. I steal it 'cause I like to steal. Gotta hunt the bounty, but the bounty be in the hunt. There ain't quite a feeling like being out on the sea, knowing that whatever you want, you take. The rules don't apply to you. True freedom.
What are your thoughts on 3251-1? Do you feel bad knowing you're manipulating your own kind?
Aye, they be but animals compared to me. I love me crew like a man loves an old pair of breeches. Good, reliable, get the job done, cover me arse. If I'm being honest though, I'd love to have someone to actually talk to out in the open seas. Like you. You be the only person I've sat down and had a conversation with in a long while. How'd you like to be part of me new crew?
Well, that's really quite ridiculous.
Aye, let me finish my proposal, lad. You'll come sail with me on open waters. No one tells you what to do. Anything you want, consider it yours. I've been losing my mind alone on the sea, not to mention alone in this here cell. You seem like the sort of guy who's been pushed around quite a bit in your time. So I'll offer you something you always wanted. Something you haven't thought about since you be a boy on your father's pricey yacht. I let you be a pirate.
How did you... Look, you're stuck in this place whether you like it or not, so there will be no new crew. I just need to ask you one more question and then this interview is over. Why were you going to Madagascar?
I've been waiting for this one. I was gonna bury me treasure with the rest. Persuaded yet?
No, not in the slightest. No amount of forks or knives are going to convince me to quit my job and sail the seas with a talking crab.
Aye, but it ain't knives I got stashed there. It be gold. A whole lot of it.
How much?
Well,
Alright, this is simply ridiculous. This interview is over.
End log. Closing statement. See Incident Log 3251-1. Incident Log 3251-1.
Time.
The 4th of 2000. 9:36 p.m.
Event.
The night after the events of Interview Log 3251-1, a momentary power outage caused the containment breach of several anomalous entities at Site 48, one of which was 3251. Investigation of the incident led to the conclusion that the power outage was caused by a member of staff. The entrance to the enclosure of 3251 was found ajar, and one of the research boats in Bay 13 was found missing after the incident concluded. Dr.
has not been seen since prior to this event. Following his disappearance, Dr. has been designated Person of Interest 306249.
SCP-8595 by Plague PJP from the SCP Wiki. Containment Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-8595 is contained in a standard insect enclosure in Site 322's Wildlife Department. As 8595 does not biologically differ from non-anomalous members of its species, standard temperature regulation and habitat construction have been implemented. 8595 follows a strict diet and will refuse certain foods. See Addendum for further information. Description: 8595 is an American cockroach, Periplaneta americana, which believes itself to be a restaurant critic. 8595 is sapient and sentient, but is not capable of speech. When presented with any consumable item and any method of writing, 8595 will eat the item and write a review of it, the interior of the location where the item was eaten, the service, and the concept of the restaurant, combining these elements into a rating out of 5 stars. It is assumed that 8595 either believes itself to be human or that cockroaches should be allowed to eat at restaurants, as seen by multiple complaints on its Yelp about it being run out of restaurants, long waits for seating, being ignored, having items thrown at it, or being sprayed with chemicals. The former is the likely scenario, as references to 8595's insectoid form and the issues of being an insect and attempting to eat a human-sized meal are outright ignored or glossed over in its reviews. I have a feeling that I'm going to be switching between 8595 and 8595 quite freely throughout this.
Addendum 8595-1. Feeding attempts. It was quickly discovered that 8595 would not consume the feed it was given in its enclosure, dubbing it gutter swill in a review. While non-anomalous cockroaches can live approximately 30 days without food, it was unknown if this still applied to 8595, given its anomalous state. The loss of 8595 in this way would be considered a breach of Foundation protocol. As a result, Site 322 organized the creation of Café 322, a restaurant made solely to convince 8595 to eat.
Items:
a fresh Granny Smith apple.
Result:
after being presented with the apple, 8595 crawled along its surface for 15 seconds before beginning to eat. It then wrote the following review on a nearby laptop.
Café 322. A mess. Would you be impressed by a soccer player bragging about their kicking ability? No, I wouldn't think so. Being able to kick a ball is below the bar I expect from a professional athlete. A restaurant announcing its use of fresh ingredients conjures similar feelings in me. At Café 322, the thought of, okay, what else, remains lingering throughout the dining experience. Café 322's idea of fine dining follows along the lines of a less is more concept. Constraint is the boon of creativity, and I can appreciate when an artist can operate within cramped walls and create something beautiful despite it. Café 322's understanding of the less is more concept led them to drab, blank walls, a cold, artless metal table, uniforms that invoke the feeling of being at your 9 to 5, and blinding hospital lights. I was lucky enough to be offered the chef's tasting menu. Imagine my rage and dismay when I was presented with a single green apple on a white plastic plate. Between the time it took for the server to walk this course from the kitchen to my table, the apple fell to its side and was disgustingly placed back upright by said server. I am left at a crossroads. I can continue with this review, relaying the taste of an apple all of you have eaten in one form or another during your lives, or I can do what Café 322 did and stop trying before I even get started. After this sentence, it should be clear which road I went down. 1 star.
Despite being told Cafe 322 listened to its critique, SCP-8595 refused to consume any meal produced by the restaurant out of principle and reassumed its hunger strike. Foundation researchers transformed an unoccupied dorm in one of Site 322's sublevels into a concept restaurant inspired by minimalism entitled Mal.
Items:
crisp tortilla with powdered
Oaxaca
cheese and spices. Footnote: nacho cheese-flavored Doritos arranged in a circular pattern. Deconstructed BLT. Footnote: a leaf of lettuce, a slice of bacon, a slice of tomato, and 4 Ritz crackers served in separate bowls. Dessert eggs. Footnote: various Jelly Belly branded jelly beans placed on the rim of a plate.
Result:
SCP-8595 was given each item one at a time and consumed parts of each while taking notes in between courses.
Mal! Issues. What I've always enjoyed about the art form, yes, art form, of culinary expression is how a head chef, owner, etc., can imbue themselves into a product and give their patrons a sense of who they are. Mal does no such things, taking minimalism to its extreme to the point I'm unsure of what the artists behind this work are trying to make me feel. Black windowless walls, cold ice-white marble tables, uncomfortable metal seating, and deliberately boring plating left me feeling I entered more the uncanny valley than I did a high-end restaurant. Mal offers a seasonal chef's menu, which I attempted to indulge in. The first course, a twist on nachos as it was described to me, was tortilla triangles, fried and seasoned with a spice mix. The chips were cold, as if they never touched oil, but punched me with a lot of flavor. This was my favorite dish, specifically for the odd blue seasoning.
Footnote: mold.
Odd blue seasoning a few chips had sprinkled on them. These were few and far between, but the flavor of this blue seasoning was absolutely delicious. I would eat a bowl of this alone. The deconstructed bacon, lettuce, and tomato sandwich bored me. I'm at a loss because I'm sure everyone here has had a BLT in their lives, and it's arguably a perfect sandwich. Mal, in its desire to conquer God, reinvented this perfect sandwich and made it a hassle to eat properly. These two dishes display my most glaring qualm. I do not mind eating with my hands. However, there should be a reason. I could have very easily been presented with a BLT, but no, that wasn't different enough. The dessert eggs were an interesting idea, but were executed poorly. I've never been a fan of molecular gastronomy. I was once presented with small, caviar-sized orbs of red liquid in a bowl, and I was told it was tomato soup. These dessert eggs were flavorless, tasting more of sweetness than anything else. When I asked my waiter what the flavors were, the eggs were in all different colors and had no discernible theme or pattern, she picked one up, smooshed it between her fingers, smelled it, and told me buttered popcorn, and then ate it herself.
Footnote: this is an exaggeration. As the plate was being delivered, one of the jelly beans rolled off and was caught by researcher Julianne Hoover, who ate it.
That level of care told me all I needed to know of Mal. Good ideas and some good flavors, but bad execution. 2 stars.
SCP-8595 again entered a hunger strike, refusing to try the new chef's menu at Mal, retry Cafe 322, or eat its Foundation-supplied sustenance. This continued for 3 days. After discussing with Overwatch Command, researchers were given carte blanche on SCP-8595's containment. Under a Foundation front company, Site 322 recruited a Michelin-starred chef to create and prep a 3-course meal. A sub-basement floor was torn down and reconstructed into Red Bell, with oversight from 3 Foundation interior designers. They have like a bunch of interior designers just working full yeah, I mean, that wouldn't make sense. They can't like contract someone from the outside. If they did, they'd have to like Men in Black flash their memory away, right? So might as well just hire someone to design. Yeah, I guess it makes sense. The space was crafted to resemble a high-end American steakhouse, with custom-made wooden paneling on the walls, a full bar, hand-built tables, and imported cutlery. Researchers Julian and Julian Hoover were trained to be servers and were given formal uniforms.
Items:
beef tartare served with bell pepper slaw, jalapeno spears, raw egg yolk, capers, beef bone marrow, and crostini. A Wagyu tasting consisting of 3 thin and seared pieces of Japanese A5 Wagyu, Australian Wagyu, and Kobe beef with a wasabi crema. Prime rib topped with lobster meat accompanied by Yukon gold mash, beef and lobster au jus, and truffle mac and cheese.
Result:
SCP-8595 was given each course and a wine pairing. In between each course, 8595 took notes on a provided laptop. While attempting to drink the wine paired with its first course, 8595 fell into the cup and had to be fished out by waitstaff.
Red bell. Red flag. If you've been a reader of mine for any length of time, you'll know minimalism or the less is more concert has never been my favorite school of thought. I can most definitely commend when a chef works within self-imposed constraints to give their guests the best time, and I have enjoyed minimalist restaurants. Red Bell is a maximalist restaurant. Everything in Red Bell, from the waitstaff to the tables, from the bar to the plate my meals were served on, kicked and screamed of the need to be taken seriously. It was almost too perfect that I began questioning if I was in fact in a real restaurant. Describe a high-end steakhouse to your friend who's never heard of restaurants before, and then have that friend tell an alien that same information. What the alien creates will not be too dissimilar to what Red Bell I was presented with. The beef tartare was chewy, and with every chew I was reminded that I was eating a dead animal. The bell pepper slaw was a tasty addition, but I expected to see more bell pepper from a restaurant named Red Bell. This is the only time you'll see any bell pepper on any dish. The Wagyu tasting was, of course, good. It's Wagyu. It's the best steak you can get in the world. The insultingly small rectangles of meat I was given were cooked to a nearly perfect medium rare. I will not give a steak restaurant the commendation for serving me the best meat in the world and respect myself as a critic afterward. I can buy Wagyu from a butcher and cook it just as well, and it would taste just as good. If this restaurant sold only their sauces, they'd receive 5 stars from me. The wasabi crema was a treat that cut through the fattiness of the Wagyu, though slightly muted in flavor. The monstrous prime rib meal displays every single issue I have with Red Bell, and is the antithesis of fine dining, condensed down into a singular course. This entire meal was as if they went to the streets of the Las Vegas Strip and asked the drunken men and their plastic surgery-riddled wives what they just spent $5,000 on in some gaudy, overpriced embarrassment of a restaurant. Who, in their right mind, put lobster meat on a prime rib? Who, in their right mind, serves rich, buttery mashed potatoes with rich, buttery truffle mac and cheese? Everything on that plate by itself was good, maybe even great. The au jus, of course, was the star. I cannot in good conscience, and as someone who respects the culinary arts, recommend anyone partake in this sham of a restaurant. 0 stars.
SCP-8595 resumed its hunger strike, refusing to eat at any of the above restaurants despite protestations and attempts to reason with it from researchers. Another meeting with Overwatch Command was held, and new restaurant ideas were floated, but it was assumed that the Foundation's efforts would be in vain. After the data from all of 8595's reviews were compiled, a pattern was established, and a new, likely final restaurant was organized. Carpage.
Items.
Site 322's dumpster was moved indoors and placed in an empty supply closet.
Result.
SCP-8595 was laid inside, re-emerging after 2 hours and 19 minutes.
Carpage. Scrumptious. 5 stars.
Oh right, because it sounds like garbage. It's like garbage. That's so dumb. SCP-1841 by Anonymous and Uncle Nicolini from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1841 is contained in a standard containment locker located in Site-55. Personnel wishing to interact with the object may file a request with SCP-1841's research lead. Any individual whom activates the object's anomalous properties are required to maintain a log detailing their dreams for 1 week following the event. I know that last time I read this I got stoked right away just because I was like, damn, this one's gonna be about dreams. Love me some good Lynchian, dream-adjacent content. Due to ethical concerns, use of the object with D-Class personnel is currently forbidden. Description: SCP-1841 is a well-worn softcover book titled 1001 Places to Be Before You Die by Rachel McPhee. It contains an indeterminate amount of pages and is 4 centimeters thick. Copyright information listed within 1841 claims it was published by the publisher Periscope Publishing in 1989. Investigation has shown that the name was registered in 1985. However, no books were ever published under the label and it is considered defunct. For the first 95 pages, 1841 lists 95 separate popular tourist locations and describes the main attractions, in addition to recommending methods of transportation which are contemporary to the time period in which 1841 was published. No anomalous properties have been reported originating from these initial entries. Locations described by 1841 after page 95 will initially be locations the subject would not be able to afford or physically able to travel to, such as the tops of mountains or private property, and are unique with each viewing. As the subject continues reading, the difficulty of reaching the locations will increase dramatically, and written descriptions will be more sensationalized and positive. As of the
18th of September 1997,
6 defunct Foundation properties, footnote including 2 neutralized anomalies, SCP-1983 and SCP-1522, 6 defunct Foundation properties and 3 defunct buildings belonging to Foundation fronts have been documented, although no active facilities have been listed. When the subject passes page 1001, additional entries will manifest within 1841. These new pages do not add to 1841's mass and will demanifest after being turned over to view the next page. The descriptions for these locations appear to be directly aimed at the subject and often list specific tasks to be completed by the subject while visiting it. Examples include
Subject
D-1221
Location
Nala's grave.
Description:
You never got to see where she was buried after you did what you did. It's beautiful in the spring when the poppies bloom.
Task:
Even after what happened, she still loves you. The least you could do is leave a lily at her grave.
Subject
Researcher Sandberg.
Location:
The place where you first kissed him.
Description:
An amusement park ride. The place where many young couples exchange their first kiss in the veil of darkness. The smell of pine needles is most notable in the summer.
Task:
Take in the atmosphere and remember why you fell in love with him in the first place.
Subject
Dr. Elliot.
Location:
Greenhouse 4.
Description:
The windows are busted now, but it's still in one piece. Please be careful about the glass when you visit the old hiding spot. There's some loose shards there.
Task:
Count the seeds in a pod. Maybe name them so they don't grow up without anything to be called.
Subject
Dr. Everwood.
Location:
Mom's place.
Description:
It smells like perfume and roses all the time. Bring a coat. It gets cold this time of year.
Task:
You already know what to do. And yet again, that's clickable, and we're going to check it out. So when it says you already know what to do, you click that, and that gets you to a short story, I think, and it's called Before the Storm.
Michael, is that you?
Their mother's shaky voice greeted them as they entered the room. They brought with them a bouquet of flowers, a small tote bag, and a feeling of crushing hopelessness. Little porcelain figures of unicorns decorated the dresser, flanked by old pictures of a happy family. The air smelled faintly of urine, chlorine, and the first drops of water before a rainstorm. "No, Mom, it's me." They shut the door behind them and approached the senior woman seated in a rocking chair near the window. "How are you?" Jay leaned down and kissed her forehead. The woman recoiled slightly.
"You're not Michael!"
she glowered, looking up at her visitor with dismay.
"What happened to your arm?"
"Mom, Dad's been dead for years." They sighed, straightening out their back again and avoiding the second question.
"Michael is dead?"
She teared up, her eyes quickly flushing red as small salty tears rained down on her cheeks. "It happened years ago. Look, I brought you daisies, your favorite." Jay extended their arm to hand their mother the flowers, but she shook her head. Instead, she wrapped her arms around herself as she continued to cry. "I brought you some meds. I'm gonna make sure you take them, okay?" They gently tossed the bouquet onto the bed and reached into their tote bag and produced a bottle labeled Nestic. Suddenly, the tears stopped. The woman's hands freed themselves from around herself and reached up to her face.
"Oh, was I crying?"
"Yes."
"Sorry, I can't seem to focus much these days."
"Don't worry. I have something here that's gonna help you focus."
"Oh, okay. Are you a new nurse? I don't recall seeing you here before."
Jay opened the bottle as deftly as they could with only one arm, then flipped the container over and dropped the single pill within onto the bed. They then picked it up and approached their mother. "Just take this and soon you'll be able to focus, okay, Mom?"
"Okay, dear. Why are you calling me Mom?"
"Because you are my mom."
"But I don't even know your name."
"Just take this, please." Jay handed the pill to their mother, who took it into her mouth without a second thought. Perhaps it was because she was somewhat used to complying with the nurses, or because deep down she did recognize her child. She swallowed. Jay inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled, taking a seat on the bed beside their mother. There was a silence between the two, only interrupted by the gentle tapping of a branch swaying in the wind outside. Their mother appeared to be unconscious. 1 minute. The soft drizzle of rain dotted the window. 2. A muffled bolt of thunder in the distance cracked the sky. 3. With a gasp, their mother sprang to life again, eyes bugged out and darting across the room before ultimately fixing upon Jay.
"Justine!"
she gasped. Jay, Mom. Even years later, she had not truly accepted them. The sting of rejection was still painful, even after all this time.
"Jay, Justine, whatever. You can't let me go into that state again. I will not allow you to leave me in the dark."
"It's Jay. And unless you want to go back into the dark again, you'll call me Jay." Their voice hesitated for a moment.
"Such impudence. I didn't raise my daughter to be like this."
She scowled. "I can leave, you know." Jay stood.
"Fine. I'm sorry."
"Thank you." They sat back down, assuming a position akin to folding one's arms, but with only one limb available.
"Now listen. You can't pull me out of the darkness like that and expect me to just go back when it's time for you to leave. It's inhumane.
That's actually why I came to talk to you today. I got a hold of something that can end this once and for all.
Oh, Jay, I knew your science degree would come in useful someday. Thank you, you're the best daughter I could ever have asked for. Who would have thought that they would make a cure in my lifetime?
Her eyes welled with tears again. Jay grimaced, then looked away.
Jay?
It's not a cure, Mom. The two were quiet for what felt like a lifetime.
You came here to kill me.
She spoke breathlessly. No, not unless you wanted me to. I mean, I was gonna give you the option to go out on your own terms. And that's better than just sitting around rotting away for another 10, 15 years, is it not?
You did come here to kill me, you bitch!
Mom, listen to me.
You want your inheritance that bad? Well, you're gonna be so happy when I keel over, aren't you? You greedy little shit of a child.
She leaned up from her chair, attempting to get up before nearly falling over. Finding purchase on the dresser, everything upon it shook violently, with one of the pictures of Jay, their mother and father, falling face down. Jay stood to help their mother stand, but found themselves rejected by her. Mom, if you would please just listen to me. Assisted suicide isn't a thing here, and even if it were, no doctor would do it because of your condition. This is the best I could do for you under these circumstances. Do you know how much I risked just sneaking that pill out here? Do you know what would happen if I were caught with what I'm offering you to help you? I could lose my job, no, my life. Their mother clutched the dresser, breathing heavily as she slowly rose. I'm doing this because you're my mom, and even though we've had our differences, I do still love you. Jay broke into tears as they spoke, barely able to suppress what they had been feeling all day. Their mother was silent, now steady on her feet. She leaned back and took a seat on the rocking chair again. She seemed to ponder things for a moment as her child wept beside her. Thunder roared in the distance as lightning struck.
Will it hurt?
No. The two fell silent again. Tiny drops of rain impacted against the window glass. She nodded.
Okay. I don't know how much longer this magic pill lasts, so I want to die as myself.
Are you sure about this, Mom?
As sure as I've ever been about anything in my life. Pass me the daisies.
Okay. Jay leaned back and reached for the flowers, handing them over to their mother.
They smell lovely. Just like when I was a girl.
You loved telling me that story about how Dad always got you daisies because they were cheaper than roses.
He couldn't afford much back in the day, so I didn't hold it against him. I grew to love daisies anyway.
Yeah. A pause.
So what are you going to do? Shoot me?
No. I have something to make it seem like you died of natural causes. Jay rummaged through their tote bag for a moment. They found what they were looking for and hesitated for a brief moment. Are you sure you're sure?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry I didn't come to visit you more.
A bit late to apologize for that now, isn't it?
You're right. Close your eyes. She did. They sniffled, pulling out a shut manila envelope. Opening the prongs, Jay removed the sheet from within and shut their own eyes, holding the object up to their mother's eye level.
I'm sorry, I never really got you.
Their eyes welled up with tears again.
I never meant to push you away. At the end of the day, you will always be my daughter. And I love you.
For a moment they considered correcting her, but there was no use fighting it now. Jay sighed, the tears coming to a stop. I love you too, Mom. Open your eyes. And she did. And with that really sad story, we'll move back to the original entry once again. SCP-1841, the book, 1001 Places, you know what happens. So now it makes a little bit more sense when Dr. Everwood was supposed to go to Mom's place, and where it smells like perfume and roses all the time. Bring a coat, it gets cold this time of year, and then it says, you already know what to do. So the story we just read is what they did. Moving on.
Subject.
Director Alder.
Location.
Outside.
Description.
You can do it. It's been a long time since you got to feel the dirt and mud in between your toes, but there is still an outside. If you've forgotten, now's the last time you'll be able to remember it.
Task.
See all the shapes the clouds can make. Name the ones that they can't.
Subject.
Dr. Clef.
Location.
Kondraki's place.
Description.
It took a long time, but he let it go. They all will, eventually.
Task.
Hear the first steps of a friend's child. It's better than any forgiving word.
Following exposure to SCP-1841, subjects have reported having vivid dreams and nightmares about traveling to the locations described within 1841, and that waking occurred directly before arriving at their destination. Some subjects have reported a strong desire to visit these locations and may attempt to visit the locations and accomplish the tasks listed within 1841. Attached below is a log of reports filed by personnel who attempted to visit the locations listed in 1841.
Subject.
D-1221.
Location.
Nala's grave.
Actions taken.
D-1221 was escorted to Jacksonville, Florida, where he had been arrested for killing his cat in 1990. Immediately upon reaching the wooden cross that denoted Nala's grave, he fell to his knees and began weeping.
Notes.
Upon being questioned as to how he felt after this event, D-1221 expressed he felt as if Nala forgave him. She really forgave him.
Subject.
Researcher Sandberg.
Location.
The place where you first kissed him.
Actions taken.
Sandberg took a week of vacation time and traveled to West Mifflin, Pennsylvania to visit Kennywood's old mill dark ride.
Notes.
It used to be a Garfield dark ride. Garfield's nightmare. It was awful. He loved it. I can't believe anyone can sincerely love Garfield. God, he's such a dork.
Researcher Sandberg.
Subject.
Dr. Elliot.
Location.
Greenhouse 4.
Actions taken.
Elliot took 3 days vacation time and traveled to Berkeley, California to visit UC Berkeley's Botanical Garden. Like SCP-1841 described, the Greenhouse 4 had fallen into disuse.
Notes.
I can't believe after all these years, the place I used to hide out and smoke weed at with my friends is still there. I hope they're all doing well. Oh, and one more thing. I named the pods. Chelsea, Danica, Rosa, and Sola. One for each of the girls.
Dr. Elliot.
Subject.
Dr. Everwood.
Location.
Mom's place.
Actions taken.
Everwood visited their mother in the nursing home she currently lived in after work, but claims she was deceased when they got there.
Notes.
I don't want to talk about it.
Dr. Everwood.
Subject.
Director Alder.
Location.
Outside.
Actions taken.
Alder took her first steps outside of Site 55 in 10 years.
Notes.
It's so much warmer than I remember. But it's just as beautiful.
Director Alder.
Subject.
Dr. Clef.
Location.
Kondraki's place.
Actions taken.
N.A.
Notes.
No. Dr. Clef.
SCP-1841 was recovered from a retirement community in Boston, Massachusetts, after employees reported its anomalous effect to local authorities. Investigation into its origin revealed it had been brought to the home by Stanley Ducasse, a recently deceased elderly resident and book collector. Prior to his death, Ducasse had made 11 requests to visit his former home in Metsovo. Witnesses were treated with Class C amnestics, and SCP-1841 was classified as safe.
Addendum 1841.1. Attached below is a digital reproduction of writing found on the back cover of SCP-1841.
There is a world of beauty and wonder that you can never see. Even if there's so much out there that you cannot see, what's been done was enough. There's never going to be enough time to see everything, but be happy with what you have. So what if you didn't see the world? There were family, friends, and an experience that's unique to you. That's what each of us have, what you took away from this whole uncaring thing. Even with everything you never saw, there's something that this amazing unknown will never see. Your experience.
SCP-4744 by Mortos on the SCP Wiki. Containment Class Euclid. Special Containment Procedures. A perimeter has been established around SCP-4744. No one is to cross this perimeter outside of testing. A collection of small paintings are to be kept at the containment outpost situated outside of the affected area, which are to be used to recover anyone that should become trapped within. Description: SCP-4744 is an anomaly that affects the consciousness of living creatures surrounding an area designated Site-223 in the Foundation database. Remaining within 4744 for 2 to 5 minutes, varying between people, will cause a person to enter an anomalous coma. People entering 4744 can be protected from its effects by carrying an object that could be considered art somewhere on their person. Small paintings and sculptures have proven successful, and a small percentage of photographs tested have also been effective. Comas induced by 4744 exposure can be reversed by placing a viable piece of art on the person's body. People recovering from the effect of 4744 have reported experiencing vivid nightmares during their coma. The content of these dreams varies from person to person, but common themes include darkness, monotony, and homogenization. Universally, those awakening from 4744-induced comas compare the sensation of waking up to being pulled from deep underwater. SCP-4744 was discovered when an automated distress warning was received from Site-223, immediately followed by the detonation of an unknown implosion device at the site. The site itself was found entirely destroyed, along with the bodies of 25 deceased humanoids. Site-223 is documented as primarily containing anomalous art. None of these objects were found in the ruins. Update 4744/01. Investigation of the remains of Site-223 have suggested that it was never an active Foundation facility, and that construction of the facility itself was completed mere days before its destruction. No Foundation personnel questioned thus far were aware of Site-223 prior to its destruction, and no evidence has been found that it was ever inhabited by living humans. Autopsies of the recovered bodies revealed they were artificial constructs, and that it was unlikely they were ever alive. RISA is currently investigating all information regarding Site-223 in Foundation databases. Preliminary analysis suggests all information was implanted on Foundation systems prior to the destruction of the site. Update 4744/2. As part of the ongoing investigation into Site-223, a section of partially intact wall was discovered with writing on it. Carved into the wall and colored with black paint were the words,
"In this nightmare prison, art is the only relief."
And below that, crudely sprayed with red spray paint,
"Are we cool yet?"
SCP-521 KO from the SCP International Branches Hub. Just want to quickly hop in here and say that the KO in the end of the name, as some of you might have guessed, means that this was originally written in Korean in the Korean SCP Wiki, and because I can't read Korean and the translated version does not credit the original creator, I unfortunately can't directly credit the original author, but I will of course link this translated version as well as the Korean wiki in the description. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. A Foundation front company has purchased the real estate encompassing 521 and issued strict prohibitions against civilian trespassing. A warning sign reading, "No entry, caution, slippery when wet," has been placed in front of 521 and must be maintained. A security guard is to be posted in a small sentry post at the entrance of 521. In the event that a civilian enters and becomes trapped within 521, the lighthouse at Site 64K is to project an intense beam of light towards the sea. Rescued civilians shall be interrogated and released, following a treatment with Class C amnestics. Description: SCP-521 is a jetty pointing seaward, located in Mujin City, South Jeolla Province, South Korea. It was constructed in 1970 as a piece of landscaping art, and its wave-breaking performance is nominal. The surface of 521 is usually wet and slippery enough that walking on 521 is often difficult. The anomalous effect of 521 will manifest in mornings and evenings during conditions of heavy fog. If an individual climbs onto 521 and walks seaward during rising fog, heavy enough to obscure anything beyond their immediate vicinity, they will be unable to reach the outer end of 521 regardless of the distance traveled. Additionally, after traveling about 10 meters seaward, they become unable to reach the opposite end of 521, i.e. they can no longer return to Mujin. During high visibility with no fog, this effect does not manifest. If the subject accesses 521 from the sea using a ship or helicopter, they can disembark onto 521's outer end even during foggy conditions. However, if they walk more than 10 meters landward, they also become unable to return to the outer end. If a strong source of light emits a beam from any point towards 521 while a subject is trapped on it, they become able to reach the side from which the light originates. Consequently, if the fog lifts enough to improve visibility in either direction, the anomalous effect is also nullified. Thus, subjects trapped on 521 only have to wait for the fog to clear to be able to return. However, as long as the subject keeps walking on 521, the fog will not clear. In a recent test, an individual on 521 claimed that she had been walking for an entire day, whereas outside of 521, only 3 hours passed. On 521's outer end is a brass plaque, whose contents are clearly legible from the seaward side.
Seeing is more than a photon's collision on your retina. When what you see is different, the world will be different.
are we cool yet?
SCP-1672 by Twisted Gears from the SCP Wiki. Object Class: Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1675 is currently stored inside a 35 by 35 by 35 cm steel box inside a 3 by 3 by 3 meter storage room inside. All documentation on SCP-1672 is to be stored in this box. All documentation is to be on paper with a quotation box, such as on this document, for the convenience of those infected. Those infected by 1672 are to either be reassigned to research the object or be given Class A amnestics. Description: SCP-1672 is a single sheet of number 20 US letter-sized copy paper with a 18 by 18 cm black box in the center. Inside the box is an image of a man with a cardboard box with a smiley face drawn on it in black over his head, sitting at an office desk with 2 monitors. This image is a mimetic agent that causes infected individuals to become obsessed with isotropy and the contents of boxes, and also exhibits severe levels of agoraphobia. Infected individuals will ignore any written information not contained within a printed box, such as the ones on this document, and if confronted about this, will become irritable and often violent. Footnote 1. This behavior is similar to the reaction of individuals exposed to SCP-2274 when attempting to remove said anomaly from the vicinity of the victim. Investigation into a link between these two cognitohazards is ongoing. The meme also seems to have a compulsion factor, as those infected often try to infect others by showing them the image. Outside of this box are handwritten messages written in black ink. These messages are non-anomalous. However, due to the nature of 1672, they are difficult to read without becoming infected. Having an infected individual cover the image has proven effective, and photographs of 1672 have been proven to not carry its effect. Most of these messages are directed at Foundation personnel in general, mocking the Foundation's modus operandi and the general short-sightedness of its members. None of this information is to be brought to the attention of infected individuals, even if they were aware of these messages prior to being infected. Acquisition. SCP-1672 came into Foundation custody on the 24th of October 2006 when the steel box it is currently contained in was found near of site. After testing whether the box contained a bomb or another kind of immediate security threat, a D-class was used to open the box. Infection was immediate, as D98634 began to complain about the room lacking isometric design. D98634 then showed researchers and security personnel present SCP-1674, infecting them all. By the 26th of October 2006, 90% of site was infected. On the 31st of October 2006, MTF Beta 12 trick-or-treaters entered site with the intention of distributing Class A amnestics to attempt to counter the mimetic effects of 1672. 31% of site personnel had expired from dehydration after finding isometric containers large enough to fit inside. 43% were found alive in such containers, having been cared for by uninfected personnel. They found that roughly 40% of site had been altered to make the affected rooms isometric. The methods of doing so varied, such as brickwork or stacked wooden pallets, and upon questioning site personnel confirmed it was the doing of the infected. Amnestics were successfully distributed throughout site, and the mimetic agent was contained, designated as SCP-1672, and slated for testing to determine its origin. Scan of SCP-1672 messages.
Think outside the box. Oh wait, you can't. Are you satisfied with your little box? You ask why. We ask, why not? Hearts. Your head. Get it? Ideas don't have ideologies. Are we cool yet? Art can't be contained.
SCP-149-KO by Dem42. Translated by Fluxman. From the International Branches Hub. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-149 is stored in a standard object locker. To prevent CCTV damage, 149 must be put in an opaque box or wrapping during transportation. The object must not be viewed for over 30 minutes except during experiments. Photography equipment that shot SCP-149 should be stored separately from regular equipment. Description: SCP-149 is an artifact made of steel wire, size 21 by 21 by 39 centimeters, that was found in the basement of Gallery of Art. A semi-transparent white text that reads, "Are we cool yet?" appears in the center of footage and images of SCP-149. Photography produced by analog film cameras also displays the same phenomenon. When photographed over 100 times, or filmed for over 30 minutes with the same equipment, the text will display on all images and footage produced by the equipment. This phenomenon can be stopped by changing the equipment's lens. However, the affected lens cannot be physically distinguished from normal lenses. When the affected lens is attached to unaffected equipment, they also display the same anomaly. If a human sees SCP-149 for over 30 minutes, the same watermark appears in the center of the person's vision, even if their eyes are closed, causing chronic optical fatigue. The watermark does not automatically fade away, though it is confirmed that replacing the victim's cornea can remove the text. The watermark was visible on the warehouse CCTV footage of Gallery of Art, where SCP-149 was discovered. 3 janitors of the gallery experienced optical fatigue caused by 149. They were treated with cornea replacement surgery and amnestics, and the warehouse CCTV was contained by the Foundation. Addendum. Interview Log 01. Interviewee: Civilian, Korean, warehouse keeper of blank Gallery of Art. Expressed optical fatigue due to SCP-149. Interviewer: Researcher. Forward. Interview recorded to study SCP-149's anomalous effects on humans. The interview was recorded before the interviewee was treated to 149's effects. Start of log 2014, 22nd of March, 31 minutes past 1.
Recording started. Do your eyes feel better?
Yes, the eye drops really helped, though I can still faintly see it.
Now, when did you first see the wire artifact in the gallery you were working at?
Probably a week ago or so. That was when the gallery bought artifacts in bulk. That must be one of them.
Did you notice anything different from that piece?
I think the box said no photographs due to copyright. The creator was anonymous. Nothing more, I think.
When did you notice something wrong with your eyes?
2 days ago, or about 5 days since the artifact arrived. I opened the box and dusted it off. Wooden boxes tend to shed dust. It was then my eyes started acting strange.
How much time did you take to clean the artifact?
Only a couple of minutes, though I left it outside the box for about 40 minutes while I sat next to it having lunch that my co-worker brought.
And what did you do after your eyes were affected?
I first rinsed them with water. I thought it was dust, but it didn't go off, so I went to see an ophthalmologist who were with me. The doctor told me nothing was wrong, but I couldn't sleep since I could still see that strange thing. I stayed up all night.
Any other notable things about that piece?
Nope. I don't know much. I'm just a janitor. Ask the gallery director.
Okay, end recording.
End of log, the 22nd of March 2014, 57 minutes past 1. Conclusion. The interviewee was treated with cornea replacement surgery and amnestics. Further investigation revealed that the art gallery director knew nothing about the purchase of SCP-149. Everyone who was present in the optical clinic when Blank visited was also treated with amnestics. SCP-1207 by Tuned to a Dead Channel. Rewritten by Vogt. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. SCP-1207 is to be wrapped in opaque cloth and contained within a standard inanimate objects locker. In accordance with standard protocol for direct exposure line-of-sight cognitohazards, SCP-1207 is to be kept under constant real-time video surveillance whenever it is removed from its locker for any purpose, maintenance, analysis, experimentation, etc. Maximum cumulative direct exposure for individual personnel is not to exceed 2 hours within a 30-day period or 24 hours within an individual's lifetime. Personnel whose cumulative direct exposure to 1207 exceeds 2 hours within a 30-day period are to be immediately placed on psychological leave until such time as they have been judged free of the symptoms of body dysmorphic disorder and are not to resume active duty until they have successfully undergone retraining in data entry and proofreading. Description: SCP-1207 is a mirror, approximately 1 meter by 1/2 meter in size, in a wooden frame painted with pink and red hearts. Using the kin-scale method of mirror-type object evaluation, Foundation scientists have established it as a minor-level psychological threat. SCP-1207 is a metal sign, approximately 50 cm by 60 cm in size, painted white with embossed letters reading, "This is a mirror. You are a typo." It is a direct exposure cognitohazard, which manifests 3 distinct anomalous effects upon subjects within line of sight. The first effect, which is the most obvious, is that any sighted person, mammal, vertebrate, directly exposed to SCP-1207 will perceive it as being a mirror, even if they are aware of its true nature. Test subjects not capable of mirror recognition will perform territorial threat displays against 1207. Human subjects uniformly describe the mirror as being contained within a white wooden frame with, quote, "pink and red hearts," unquote. However, more detailed descriptions vary from subject to subject. Blindfolded subjects report that SCP-1207 feels, quote, "smooth and glassy," unquote, with, quote, "wood around the edges," unquote. Conversely, blind subjects report that SCP-1207 feels, quote, "metallic and bumpy." It is to be emphasized that despite the perceptions and reactions of affected subjects, SCP-1207 does not actually function as a mirror. The second anomalous effect is that subjects exposed to 1207 will rapidly develop symptoms of body dysmorphic disorder as they examine their, quote, "reflections." Human subjects will voice a variety of complaints about their physical appearance, ranging from, quote, "I'm the wrong height," to, quote, "my tattoo is crooked," and always ending with, quote, "I'm not cool yet." Non-human subjects capable of mirror recognition will perform compulsive grooming. As cumulative exposure time to SCP-1207 increases, subjects will begin to modify their appearances in attempts to, quote, "correct" themselves, typically by application of cosmetics. Subjects without access to cosmetics will engage in self-mutilation. Such subjects, when shown actual mirrors, will express satisfaction with their modifications. However, when re-exposed to SCP-1207, subjects will again find fault with their appearance. The third anomalous effect is that subjects exposed to SCP-1207 will gradually develop symptoms of dyslexia, losing their ability to spell and to notice spelling errors. This effect is limited to subjects familiar with the English language. and always begins with the subject consistently misspelling the word mirror as mirror. The induced dyslexia is temporary. However, the factors determining the rate at which individual subjects recover has not yet been determined. SCP-1207 was discovered in an abandoned storage unit facility which had been in use as a workspace by members of the group of interest currently identified as Are We Cool Yet? It is theorized that SCP-1207 was to form the basis of an unfinished installation. Notes left by the artist indicate that the completed installation was, quote, a rumination on the essence of how the ways we see ourselves shape what we are. SCP-1433 by Smapty from the SCP Wiki. Object Class Safe. Special Containment Procedures. A single copy of SCP-1433 is to be kept in a fireproof safe in the archive room of Site-72. Unsecured devices for the use of playing back audio cassettes are not to be allowed on site. No personnel are to listen to 1433 except for a D-class assigned for testing purposes. All such tests shall be conducted in a fully soundproofed chamber. The Foundation is to monitor physical and digital means of audio distribution for any evidence of recordings displaying similar properties to SCP-1433. Any other recordings demonstrating such effects are to be confiscated and destroyed, and any persons affected by them are to be terminated or conscripted as D-class. Description: SCP-1433 is a recording of an unknown artist performing 433, an avant-garde musical piece originally composed in 1952 by musician John Cage. The sole known copy of SCP-1433 is currently contained on an audio cassette of the type widely manufactured in the 1980s. The recording is present on both sides of the cassette. Once placed into any device capable of playing back audio from a cassette and playback is started, the recording will play in its entirety at a constant volume of 30 decibels, regardless of the original volume settings of the device. Attempts to stop the playback of 1433 by stopping or pausing the player or by removing its power source have been unsuccessful. Only disconnecting the playback device from the audio output has proven successful. All copies made of SCP-1433 display the same anomalous properties as the cassette recording, regardless of the storage medium used. As with the original version of 433, the recording begins with the sound of the performer seating themselves at a piano bench and closing the lid. After 33 seconds, which the performer times on a stopwatch, the lid is opened and then closed again. This motion is repeated after another 2 minutes and 40 seconds. 1 minute and 20 seconds after that, the performer opens the lid a final time, stands up, and walks away. All other sounds on the recording consist of the performer breathing and turning through pages of sheet music, and of incidental sounds presumably made by an audience. EEG readouts of persons listening to SCP-1433 demonstrate evidence of atypical electrical activity commonly associated with anterograde amnesia and musical agnosia. Persons listening to SCP-1433 report hearing a low male voice speaking briefly after the second opening and closing of the piano lid. Acoustics analysis of 1433 has failed to identify this voice on the original recording. Descriptions of what the voice is saying are inconsistent, and few exposed have reported hearing the same statement. All persons exposed to SCP-1433 report that the voice is male and speaks a single sentence in English, typically of a nihilist sentiment, and typically referencing 20 to 21st century English language popular music. Statements reported to have been made by the voice include, I can't do a low voice, this is gonna suck. Oh no.
The words of the prophets are written on the subway walls. I don't believe in the Beatles. It's better to burn out than to fade away. There is no dark side of the moon, really. Matter of fact, it's all dark. Not a word was spoken. The church bells all were broken. It's all been done. It's all been done. It's all been done before. Are we cool yet?
Following exposure to SCP-1433, subjects display symptoms of psychological impairment similar to acute amusia. The individual is completely unable to recognize, hear, or sense any form of rhythmic music, whether sung, vocalized, performed live on physical or synthesized instruments, or played back on a recording. Affectees have stated a complete inability to hear any music being played or performed in their presence, even when an instrument is being played in their field of vision, and they state an awareness that it should be audible. EEG readouts on persons so affected show an absence of brain activity indicating the sensation of auditory activity. The state is permanent and has shown no indications of being affected by amnestics. Aside from chronic psychological ailments induced by the inability to experience music, no other long-term effects of exposure to SCP-1433 have been noted. Addendum on 2000. A test was conducted in which D-85702, a Caucasian male 67 years of age, was exposed to 1433. In following test, D-85702 reported he was still able to experience music of the hip-hop genre when played back to him. In subsequent interviews, D-85702 expressed a strong distaste of hip-hop and rap music, stating that it was, quote, just a bunch of damn noise, unquote, and, quote, doesn't even count as real music, unquote, and that he was unable to hear elements of such songs that had been sampled from pre-existing materials of other genres. It is currently hypothesized that the amusia induced by exposure to SCP-1433 is related to the affectee's personal understanding of what constitutes, quote, music. Further testing is deemed necessary to confirm this hypothesis.